What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, or morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, October 11th, 2024. This is NCCTV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures. Rocking to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost on a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, or wherever you are at the time. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. A dog with a wig emote? Wait, what's that? Oh my god, chat's got me distracted. Just Julie, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime. Did you know you can do that? You can do that for free. If you've got Prime, you get a free sub to use on Twitch. Use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you can watch me on Twitch free of ads, which is kind of like a premium experience, I think. You know, it's like going to the movie theater that has the... Has anybody ever done this? It's got like... You know what I'm talking about? There's movie theaters that have like recliners. And they're real... Like, they'll bring you beer or wine or whatever. What is that? Okay. It's like this pink cord just sitting here. Oh my god. Messy desk. Okay. So yeah, we got some stuff to talk about today. Obama went after Trump. Trump has been... I don't know if he realizes he's content. Anybody see Trump on Flagrant? Trump was on Andrew Schultz's show. We really don't talk about Andrew Schultz that much, do we? Maybe that's a mistake. But regardless, Trump going on Andrew Schultz has really provided some content. And I'm sort of surprised, right? Because everything about Flagrant is like right-wing coded. And yet these dudes were laughing in Trump's face. These guys were trolling and ridiculing Trump. I don't know if we'll have time to see that today. It's a pretty... Everything I've got is really long. Including this mic. Just pretty long for a mic, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. No, what I mean is like the content. And like, I don't know. I guess the way the Vanguard would handle it is they'd find the funniest things in the Flagrant podcast and they would cover just those. But I don't ever have time, and I'm always paranoid that I'm going to miss out on something that is hilarious, right? That if I don't watch the entirety, that there's going to be some gem in there that I'll miss, right? So we got Obama roasting Trump, and he's got a special skill at that. Obama's got a skill when it comes to roasting Trump. What else do we have? Oh god, lest I forget. Oh, Walter Masterson! I forgot about this. You remember the eating the cats, eating the dogs? Andrew is a Hassan head. Really? Flagrant Schultz is a Hassan head. Can we confirm that? When I say coded, I mean his haircut. His haircut makes him look right-wing. That's how I judge people, chat. I judge them by their haircuts. Their hairstyles. I am slowly but surely getting used to this new setup. Including the fact that I can actually talk to chat really easily. Enjoy your lunch, baby? Wait, what's a lunch, baby? Is that like when you eat too much lunch? And you feel like you have a baby? The little baby is in your stomach? That's not how that works, though. I'm pretty sure that's not how pregnancy works. Although, yeah, it would be wild if it did. What if it was just that? You just eat too much and you become pregnant with a lunch baby. That's what it sounds like to me, anyway. I don't know. I could be wrong. Let's try this again. There we go. Enjoy your lunch, baby. I always enjoy my lunch, baby. Mad Max music? Is that what this sounds like? Just that one portion? My hair is pretty. Yeah, therefore you must be left-coded. I stopped watching Flagrant because I noticed the right-wing coding too. I think they're just edgy teens. The audience? I don't know. I mean, like, obviously they're not the kind of people that are reverential to Trump. They weren't doing an Aiden Ross, right? Aiden Ross had such a good opportunity to make fun of Trump. And, like, Trump is so not with it that you could make fun of the guy to his face and he probably wouldn't realize, especially if you're a Zoomer. Oh my gosh, I'm not allowed to say that. Especially if you're a Gen Z. Especially if you are in that age group. It would be a face hugger in that case? Wait, what would the lunch baby would be? Announcing you were watching a show that when you inner chat a TMR thing. I mean, you learn from the best. Well, left is best. Certainly, General Medi knows that. I'm sorry, Medi. I know your name's not actually General Medi. But I think it'd be funny if you were like some kind of a military official in a musical army. Yeah, General Medi Kit would be the name. Wait, you think the hosts are edgy kids? I feel like they're a little old to be kids, maybe. It would be a chest burster, not a face hugger. Okay, wait. How does this work? We're talking about aliens, right? So the face hugger is the alien that goes like and slurps onto your face, right? But what does it do there? Does it like suffocate you and eat you? Or I thought the face hugger like implanted something into you and then later it became a chest burster. I thought that don't the face huggers like lay eggs? Is that how it works? Need to go back and watch the Alien series. I don't know. I mean, I could be. So wait, the face huggers do like, is this the alien reproductive system? It lays an egg. So wait, couldn't you just kind of like, can you make omelets of the xenomorphs? Or would that be a bad idea? The face hugger implants an egg, and the egg becomes a chest burster. That makes sense. That makes sense. I wish the face hugger just gave you a nice hug. Midi could be a fan of classic television. Who knows? I feel like MIDI is a fan of classic music technology. The chest burster becomes the full xenomorph after that. The face hugger shoves an embryo down your throat. That is fucked. So, but if you somehow got the egg and then you scrambled the egg before it went down your throat, could you just eat it? Like, I feel like the xenomorphs would probably have some good eggs. Some good omelets. Omelette du fromage. You know what I mean, chat? It's... You'll give me a nice face hug? Thanks. It does give you a nice hug. It's your last hug. Aw. A nice, friendly face hug. But yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if we're gonna have time, because like, I'm trying to be conscious of time. I need to be conscious of time. I have this disorder where I lose track of time very easily. I say we try a xenomorph omelet, says Omega Star. Thank you for the 100 bits. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it would definitely be a black omelet, right? Like, that egg's gonna definitely make some... It's gonna have a black yolk. Yeah, the egg is probably... It's got green... Wait, what is it? The egg white is green, and the yolk is black. So, right? Do you think that's right? I feel like it would be. I feel like it would be... You could probably eat the egg. You just have to be very careful. You have to You have to, like, whisk the egg for a while, otherwise you'll get a chest burster. Like, it'd be like you're kind of like you get acid reflux and you're like, oh no, is this a chest burster? And it's like, and then you burp and you're like, oh no, it's a chest burper, right? That's the difference. You just get a little bit of acid reflux from eating the omelet with too much fromage. I wouldn't eat that ish. It would probably still impregnate you. Well, that's why you have to whisk it like really good. You have to get like an industrial whisk. But yeah, I'm trying to think, like, I want to be conscious of time and not stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning. And so I'm dropping something. I guess it's going to be Andrew Schultz. Even though the Andrew Schultz thing is funny as hell. But we got a lot of funny. We got plenty of funny tonight. That's one thing that we are not lacking. We do not lack funny tonight, right? We've got plenty of funny. I mean, it's all funny, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Like, the ultimate chat. The content that you're all here for is to see not Ëpsteïn. Dershowitz get embarrassed to his face on the internet. I was about to say on live TV. It feels like TV, but it's not. It's Piers. And Piers is no longer on TV. Not regular TV, anyway. I wouldn't eat it. Yeah, that sounds right. That's one egg I don't want to imagine. But I'm saying there's probably some method, right? It's just like those fish. You know what I'm talking about, chat? There's those fish that are poison if you eat them. But if you know how to prepare the fish, then you can make it not poison. What is the fish called? If you wish semen, it still impregnates you? Wait, whisk semen? Oh, wait, you're saying that the egg could have semen in it? Wow. Well, you're right. I mean, we shouldn't make the assumption that it's... You know, biology is similar to that of, like, Earth creatures. It could be totally different. Maybe the semen is in the egg. And maybe the... Like, how does it work anyway? Is it like asexual is it a puffer fish? You can eat it, but like you have to prepare it just right. Condom the eggs, yeah. Wow, we're getting into some really interesting territory here. Some very, very interesting territory indeed. Speaking of interesting territory, I need to give you all the poll. That I could probably have said that better. Not question and answer, start a poll. Well, it is called a poll. Okay, so we came really close. We tried so hard and we got so far last night. But we came up just short at 90%. And we do have some good content. We do have some good content on the bonus content poll. Including some classic, in fact, maybe even too much. Right, I feel like this is too, I think we got a Sam Seder debate and we've got a Michael Brooks debate. And we've got Naomi Klein. Yeah, it's all killer, no filler tonight. And I'm not starting quite as late as I did last night. Anyway, it was my fault. It was 100% my fault that we didn't hit the sub goal last night. Like, I'm surprised we got to 90%, honestly. Like, that's kind of amazing, right? But it's my fault because I started too late and I'm trying to do better, chat. I've just been struggling with some possibly seasonal depression sort of issues. But in the end, it didn't even matter. That's exactly right, Dwight. You got it. Everything technically has eggs. Everything? Do engineers lay eggs? Wait, are you talking about engineers in Team Fortress? Yeah, how does Team Fortress reproduce? That's a good question. How did Team Fortress characters reproduce? How does that work? Because there's like multiple engineers, multiple heavies, multiple whatever the hell else is in Team Fortress 2. Which I'm assuming is just like Team Fortress. Wait, I don't know anything about Team Fortress 1. I've only ever heard of Team Fortress 2. Wait, sorry to hear what? Oh yeah, the... Yo! Yo!
Metaphor is awesome.
Okay, how did you get a hold of it already? Is it out? Is it out? If you don't know, Davy is talking about RE Metaphor Fantasio, which is the potentially best game of the decade. I don't know. I've been hearing really good things about it. If you like RPG stuff, and particularly if you're frustrated with certain elements of RPGs, there's certain limits in terms of the characters that are usually involved in like a persona. This one's a little bit more interesting. And this one's a little bit more out there too. Right? If your main problem is you're like, I like Persona, okay, but it's not weird enough, right? We got you. Davi's got you. It's out. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense because it's 7 o'clock here, which means it must be tomorrow in Europe land. Wait, Utters? And I feel like I have Xbox Game Pass, which means that I would be able to play this game for free. Oh my god, chat. We might have to do a little... What do you think about... Like, okay, one in chat, if you know what we're talking about. Metaphor Refantasio. 2, if you're like, what is that weird Italian shit that you were talking about? In which case you're wrong, because it's actually weird Japanese shit, not Italian. It sounds Italian. Refantasio. Refantasio. Metaforio. Mario. No, that's not Italian. That's just Mario speak. That's just pure Mario speak. I gotta remember, Mario speak is not actually how you pronounce Italian. I'm trying to remember, how do you pronounce Italian? It's like caro mio ben, credi mi almen, scesa crudela, languisce il cor. Something like that? Am I even close? Il tu fedel, sospirignor, scesa crudel, languisce il cor. Be careful, Atlas is famously difficult about streaming, really. Are you talking about just at first? I'll wake it up. Wait, what? I'm gonna wake the Italian plumber up? Is that what we're talking about? Speaking of Italian plumbers, I am missing a certain Italian plumber. Where could it be? Mario Re Fantasio. Seriously. I don't see. There you are. How is this gonna work? Like this, maybe? Look, I feel like Waluigi's gonna have to teach me Italian. If anybody's gonna teach me Italian. Gabagool. That. All right, that's better. That's better. We found our Italian plumber. That's really important. You only really know curse words in Italian? Only, like, I know, like, what is that one expression? Like the pinch thing? Where you go like that? Yeah, Atlas is famously difficult about streaming, so I'm trying to remember what exactly Davi's referring to. I believe that if my memory serves me well, Davi's talking about the Persona 5 fiasco, which was that if you beat Kamoshida or something, like you could stream Persona 5, but past a certain point you'd get a copyright claim. Capiche. You know, I don't think, like, my problem is that, like, my French pronunciation is actually pretty good. But because of that, because of my French pronunciation being good, it means my Spanish pronunciation is bad, and my Italian pronunciation likely is worse. I think that my Italian pronunciation is the worst of all. I think that it's ruined. It's ruined by the fact that I can credibly pronounce things in French, and also by the fact that I've heard too much Mario. You make a pizza. Too much bad Italian has come my way, and it's infected my head and my brain. But luckily it hasn't infected the bonus content poll. Which, look at that, Sam Seder's winning again. Okay, Sam Seder, I think, won last night. Sam Seder kind of ran away with it. Look at that, it's Sam Seder 60%, Classic Michael Brooks 13%, Naomi Klein 13%, Cute Cats 13%. The French accent seeps into everything. That is a sick Trump watch. Do you think that Trump, like... I feel like I want a Mad Hatter Trump swatch, though. Like, I want to take it apart and then fix it with butter and jam. What if Rome was called Reem? Yeah, right, because Romulus and Remus. Well, I mean, there was plenty of reaming in Rome anyway. I don't think that Rome exactly, right? I don't think that Rome was it a shortage of as far as reaming goes? Although I only know from the movie Caligula that there seemed to be a lot of reaming going on in Rome. Rome was a reamy kind of place. God, that movie's fucked up. I don't think I watched the entire thing. I don't think I could have watched the entire thing. Pasta can only come again after the antipasta is revealed. But, like, I want to know more about the Atlas streaming situation. Because I know that there's... Like, I feel like if I was a gaming streamer, I would have no problem. If I was a gaming streamer, Atlas would be... No, reaming. Very close, SM. I'm talking about reaming. Which I think is different. HBO's Rome. I think I saw a little bit of that too. These polls make me lose faith because of how the polls go. Because you're like, cute cats. Oh no, you're probably a Michael Brooks voter, right, Soul Life? I'm just guessing. Well, look, I'll put it this way. It's very early. There's only 18 votes that have been made so far. So go ahead and vote. It's worth your while, right? When you're voting right now, you're going to affect the poll a lot more than you will later on. So this is a good time to vote. It's also a good time to like the stream because you're going to let YouTube know that we got some killer content coming here and they'll bring more people along for the ride. So go ahead and like the stream while you're voting. And we're at 23% of the dono goal already, which is amazing. Thanks to Davy Cliff and thanks to Omega Star. Wait a minute, 24%. Let's make that a little higher. Yes, 24% is that actual. And thanks to Just Julie. There wasn't a concept of homosexuality at the time. Yeah, so Lady Bad Ash, I think, is talking about that, like, it wasn't seen as, like, part of your identity. And, oh my god, how do I explain this? There was a weird class element to, like, homosexual activity in Rome. Like, if you were, what was it? Like, if you were a noble or royalty or you're some kind of high up person, you can't bottom. You gotta be on top. Wait, how does it work for women, though? I don't know, chat. This might be above my pay grade. I don't know as much about, like, homosexuality throughout the ages. It's more of an age and status thing. I mean, maybe that too. Wait, definitely, like, in Greece, there was, like, an age and status thing. If you were a bottom because Romans were living an alpha mindset. Don't forget the Theban sacred band. Romulus got reamed? I thought Romulus got reamed. God, chat, are we just talking about this stuff because it's a Friday night? Is that how we do? But yeah, Sam Seder destroying the competition at 60%. Classic Michael Brooks and Cute Cats tied at 15%. Only 20 votes so far. So you have more time to vote. Oh, that's one that'll get me. I stopped that just at the right time.
At Donald Trump's...
Oh my god. Should we start off with this one? I don't even know what this is. It's something about Lauren Boebert, though, so it's got to be good. And it's short. I love that I know exactly which Persona music will get me in trouble and which one will not. It's a good thing to know. It's a good skill to have. Wait, I don't even understand what the story is. Trump severely regretting letting Lauren Boebert on stage. Okay, we'll just start with Obama. That makes sense. We'll do this in a second. Okay, I'm gonna resist the urge to call this segment Obama Reams Trump, because that's just not right. Roasts. There we go. Obama roasts Donald Trump. At Pittsburg rally. We gotta have our hashtags. You know what the hashtags are about, chat? Like, it's kind of like good luck charms or something. But really, it's like trying to keep the ratio of Trumpies to normal people in check. So we gotta put all the Kamala hashtags. But like, I noticed that, like, I thought I was the only one who does this, right? But because I am somebody who has some issues with the Harris platform, I have some issues with the rhetoric that's been going on recently. I have some real fears when it comes to, you know, her closeness to Mark Cuban.
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99. Obama spit roasts Trump.
Obama spit roast Trump. Yeah. I mean, that is one way to handle him. What would you do, Chad, if you were going to roast Trump? Would you do the classic, like, apple in the mouth thing? Would you do the spit roast like Bugs Bunny? Wait, doesn't Bugs Bunny get spit roasted? Yeah, like they tie Bugs Bunny to spit and then they pour carrot juice on him. And then the other way, or like you could put him in a cauldron like the witch. Like, all of my cooking methods come from classic cartoons. Okay, select the let 'em rip mode. I have to do this. What are we missing? Rome was an awesome series. I haven't seen, I think I've seen one episode of what you're talking about. I feel like, though, if you were going to cook Trump in some way, you'd want to make sure, like, you'd want to follow, what is it called? Like the food safety rules, right? This is what happened with RFK. RFK did not follow the food safety rules. And that's how he got the brainworm. Obama was pretty boring. I don't know. It looked kind of funny. It better be funny. I'm like, Carrot Juice is my favorite comedian. No one wants to spit roast him. Barbecue pulled pork. Yes. Eating Trump would probably give you cancer. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest. I'm not trying to suggest cannibalism. He probably has great marbling. He probably tastes a bit like a bit reptilian. All my votes go to Vox. Whoa. That's a pretty strong Vox Populi. That's a 40% Vox Populi. That Vox Populi is incredibly high. Now, what does that mean, right? So it means that when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics, cute cat videos, Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro, Sam Seder debates Lonerbox Fan, or a classic Michael Brooks debating on Israeli TV, or Fallout New Vegas, which I need to start. Am I going to change that to Metaphor Refantazio? I don't know, chat. I need to finish Fallout New Vegas, though. But you can tell me, you can put your money where your mouth is by telling me when you donate which of these topics you want to see next. But you could also do what Davy just did. And you can say Vox Populi. And what that does is it's kind of like anti-donation. So it means that the donations have a higher hurdle to overcome before they start to really count, right? So whatever is on Vox Populi is a minus to everything that's up here for the different topics. So it just makes it so that the poll will count for more, and the poll is strongly favoring Sam Seder right now. We've got 24 votes. Sam Seder's at 58%. And some of you haven't voted yet, so make sure to do that. But yeah, if you let me know when you donate which of these topics you want, I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, whether that is a super chat, a super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to others, whether you are signing up for my Patreon or you are donating to my throne, which is, I actually need to put some other stuff up there. It turns out that the chair that Throne Gang had crowdsourced for me, I guess they ran out of them or something. Like, it's just weird that, like, it's some kind of miscommunication between Amazon and Throne where they didn't let me know. They just let it be like, yeah, it's ordered. It's going to get here sometime. And it even gave me a date range. It was like, yeah, like, I think it was supposed to be September 10th to 22nd, and that elapsed. And when I finally reported the missing item, they were like, yeah, they were unable to fulfill your order. And it's like, well, why didn't you just tell me? So we're going to have to figure out maybe another chair to get. I don't know. I think they just send me back the money and allow me to try to make the purchase. So if anybody has some suggestions for saving my butt. Yo!
$10. Vox Populi.
How is Vox Populi so... it's because we're talking about Roman stuff, isn't it? And the Latin term gets voted on. Wait a minute. That should be... okay. That should be 44%, and then plus 10 should be 54%, and Vox Populi is up to 50%. Yo, already. Very strong position, very strong starting position for getting that bonus content. Okay, so what do we got? We got to hit this, and now we're live on vertical and horizontal, and on Twitch, right? Whatever platform is the most comfortable for you to watch me on, that's the right platform for you. So if you like watching on Twitch, watch on Twitch. Just know that there's a 3-minute ad break that comes up every hour at the top of the hour. You can get out of that ad break for free if you've got a Prime. You can use that to get a free sub if you give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads on my stream for the rest of the month. For an entire month. You can also pay, I believe it's $6, although it may be more. What is it if you have an iPhone, it's more? Or if you're on mobile, it's more? But you can get yourself a sub to get out of the ad break. That's another way to deal with it. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. And remember, any subs on Twitch count towards the bonus content goal as well. And when you sub, you can let me know which of these topics, cute cat videos, Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro, Sam Seder debates Lonerbox Fan, or classic Michael Brooks versus Michael Brooks on Israeli TV debating, I guess, are options for tonight. But yeah, that goes for gifted subs on Twitch as well. If you gift subs, you get to decide where that money goes, and I will apply your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping the content that you want to see come out the other side of I almost said the bonus hole. The bonus dono content hole. Oh my god, chat, I feel like we're back to the alien egg discussion again, aren't we? It's a Friday night though. It's okay to talk about weird stuff on Friday night, I think, at least. But yeah, we need to get going, because this content is not going to react to itself. That is a fact. That I can tell you 100%. And we're going to start off with Obama. Now, if it's boring, like somebody said this is boring. If it's boring, we'll skip it. But I think it's not. No! Music is going to get me. The rhythm is going to get me.
I love Pittsburgh. You know, I love the people of Pittsburgh. I love the food in Pittsburgh. I don't usually do this, but this is a little bit of a Yelp rating. Just had some of Pamela's pancakes. I first had those like 10, 15 years ago when I was running. And I was all like, I need some of those pancakes this time out. And even though I'm from Chicago, some of you may know, when I was a kid, I was a Steelers fan. So, and watching the Steelers this season,
I gotta say, all right, we're gonna get some funny roasting of Trump from Obama, but watching this guy, it just makes me hate politicians. It just makes me hate politicians, like the way they are. Oh yeah, Pamela's. Whenever I come to Springfield, Illinois, or wait, where are we? We're in. I'm sorry, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'd like to get some of those Pamela's pancakes. You know, let me relate to you. Let me be a fucking hello, fellow humans, right? I eat food as well. I don't know, just something about politicians and the way they try to relate to you.
It seems I'm not the only guy from Chicago who likes being in Pittsburgh, because so far Justin Fields is doing pretty good. Now, before we get started,
but I mean, as far as giving speeches, this guy is the GOAT.
We have a little bit of work to do here. All right, so I want everybody to be, just settle in. We got some work to do. Before we get started, I did want to say that we are, heartbroken about the loss of life in Florida, North Carolina, states across the Southwest. We are thinking about
Southeast, but okay. Oh God, I forgot the button. I'm supposed to push the button. There we go.
People, families whose lives have been upended by the storms over the last couple of weeks. I could not be more grateful for the first responders and FEMA professionals who have put themselves in harm's way to try and help. It's times like this when you realize having honest, competent leadership in government really matters. It makes a difference.
Here we go. Here we go.
And today I'm asking you to vote for some of those leaders, including some folks.
Oh, come on. Get to it. Get to it. Let's hurry this up. Okay, come on.
Senator Bob Casey.
Bob Casey, we don't care.
Find a place to vote
We're strictly here for the memes, chat. We are strictly here for the roasting.
early or to request a ballot.
Okay, make sure to vote. Get your early ballot. There's different ways to vote. Help your friends vote.
Country and start building a better
Give your friends a ride to the polling place.
and stronger and fairer and more hopeful America. We're still struggling out there. Pandemic, wreaking havoc on communities and businesses. Disruptions from the pandemic then caused prices to spike, and that put a strain on family budgets. And in many ways, it's felt like the aspirations of working people have taken a backseat to the priorities of the rich and the powerful.
No shit. Oh my god, this is so hard to take.
So I get it, why people are looking to shake things up. I mean, I am the hopey changey guy. So I understand.
Just roast Trump, please. Just get to the roast already.
People feeling frustrated and feeling we can do better. What I cannot understand is why anybody would think that Donald Trump.
Look, the sad thing about Obama is he had a chance. He had a chance to take down the wealthy a peg or two. He had a choice to make, right? When he came into office. If you were going to use the financial crisis to claw back some leverage from the wealthy speculators that you know, whose gambling activities basically put the whole country at risk, or whether you are going to ensconce that power. And you know, we all know he named Larry Summers, Tim Geithner, etc., right? This is
Trump.
Look, this is why I don't like watching Democrats, right? Because I'm like, I have to dunk on them too.
Shake things up in a way that is good for you, Pennsylvania. I don't understand that. Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself.
All right, here we go.
I've said it before.
Here we go.
Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. You've got the tweets in all caps, the ranting and the raving about crazy conspiracy theories. You got the 2-hour speeches, word salad, just, you know, it's like Fidel Castro. Just on and on.
Does anybody get that reference? Does anyone get that reference? I'm waiting for him to cook. So far, it's actually matching Brianna Joy Gray's weird tweet at Mehdi Hassan that we covered last night about suggesting that Mehdi Hassan was just offended by the lack of decorum of the Trump administration. And there's so much more wrong with Trump than decorum. But what is the Castro? Anybody know the Castro reference? Like, did Castro used to give long speeches? Did Castro invite Hannibal Lecter up on stage with him?
Constant attempts to sell you stuff.
Did Castro have a strange fear of sharks? And if so, was it because the CIA actually trained a shark to try to eat Castro?
Who does that? Selling you gold sneakers and $100,000.
Miskatonic says, oh, you're playing your PS4? Yo, I've got a PS4. I need to get it fixed, chat. The second I have some extra money. Oh my god, there's so many things I need to do with it, though. I need to fix my hair. I need to get some better clothes. I kind of want, you know, okay, so this hoodie is some of you have seen this? Wait, is it even? No, it's not. I thought I was wearing my devil hoodie. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, you leave Castro out of this, Obama. The one good thing that Obama did was sort of take some of the sanctions off of Cuba, allow people to travel to Cuba. Yeah, there we go. This is the famous devil hoodie, right? But I'm thinking I don't want to be a devil girl anymore. Right? NCC bad, you know? I want to be I want cat ears. I need a hoodie with cat ears.
Watch and
Davy Cliff says Castro actually seduced a shark. His only confirmed children live in SeaWorld. Nice.
And most recently, a Trump Bible. He wants you to buy the Word of God, Donald Trump edition. Got his name right there next to Matthew and Luke. I mean, you could not make this stuff up. If you saw it on Saturday Night Live, you'd say, well, no, that's going too far. No, he's doing that. It's crazy. And the reason he does it is because all he cares about is his ego and his money and his status. He's not thinking about you. Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than a means to an end. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his country club buddies. Doesn't care if he costs more women their reproductive freedoms because it won't make a difference in his life. Do not boo. Vote.
I can't help it, chat. When I see Obama giving a speech now, I see Jon Favreau, right? Because I've watched a little bit of the podcast made by his like speechwriter. Like everything that he says, I just imagine Jon Favreau.
They can't hear your boos, but they can hear your votes. Most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the quote-unquote real Americans who support him and the outsiders who don't. Because having people divided and angry, he figures boosts his chances of being elected. And he doesn't care.
And the sad thing is he's probably right.
Who gets hurt.
And the other sad thing is that he's not the only one trying to use negative polarization to his benefit, right? If you've ever heard of the Pied Piper strategy, there is some evidence that suggests that Hillary Clinton and the Democratic establishment thought that running against Donald Trump was their best chance of winning. And more to the point, that she wouldn't have to make any campaign promises. In other words, she wouldn't have to, do as much for the American people if she was running against someone like Donald Trump, and she could just rely on the fact that, here's my appeal. I'm not this crazy guy over here, right? If you need to vote for me because you're going to get him if you don't vote for me. And she just they underestimated how unpopular she was. They underestimated that negative polarization would not be enough. And they're trying to thread the needle. They want to win against the Republicans. They want to retain power, but they also don't want to do anything that's going to make their donors mad, especially the Hillary Clinton campaign, which I honestly thought Obama was against, right? I think a lot of the reason that there was such a contentious primary in 2008, despite the fact that so many people had said that Hillary Clinton was the inevitable candidate, that it was her turn, it was her time, that she, and she did have a lot of institutional power, but he won because people did not want Hillary Clinton. They knew what she represented. They knew that she was basically this experiment created in a lab to try to see how right-wing can you make a Democrat and still get them into power, right? And so Obama being, the competition, people thought, okay, so Obama's going to be, let's go back to at least the New Deal consensus tradition. Let's get away from Democrats that are afraid of their own shadows. Let's get away from Democrats that are trying to run just 2 millimeters to the left of Republicans. And unfortunately, there wasn't as much difference as a lot of people hoped. Now, there is a difference, all right? And, you could even look at the foreign policy of Obama versus the foreign policy of Biden. Obama actually did know how to stand up to people like Netanyahu. Biden has no interest in that, right? So I'm not going to I don't want to cast him as a carbon copy of Hillary, but yeah, just way too close to that. Way too close to that.
Super chatted $19.99. Hillary literally ran a racist blood and soil campaign against.
That's true. That's true. There was a lot of racism including there was a picture of Obama in some kind of traditional African garb, and Hillary's campaign spread this, right? In order to make Americans think he's not one of us, right? Now, she wasn't doing the Trump thing where she was literally saying, this guy's not born in Hawaii, he was born in Kenya. She wasn't doing that, right? So, but yeah, there was a lot of racism in that campaign.
Think about it. Just the other day, we learned that on January 6th, a couple years ago, Donald Trump was told that Mike Pence was in the Capitol about 40 feet from an angry mob chanting, "Hang Mike Pence."
It was
and
so peaceful up here, but now there are
his response was,
quote,
quote, "So what? Don't boo." If Donald Trump does not care that a mob might attack his own vice president, do you think he cares about you? Pennsylvania, we do not need 4 more years of that. We don't need 4 more years of arrogance and bumbling and bluster and division. America's ready to turn the page. We are ready for a better story.
Thank you for the super chat, Davy.
One that helps us work together instead of turning against each other. Pennsylvania, we're ready for a President Kamala Harris. And the good news is Kamala Harris is ready to do the job. This is a leader who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. Somebody who was raised in the middle class, who worked a summer job at McDonald's while she earned a degree, who believes in the values that built this country. Somebody who has served with distinction in every office that she has ever held. I think we probably had a fainting spell back there. So let's make sure.
This happens like a lot. I've seen this happen at Trump rallies. I've seen this happen at Kamala rallies. I've seen this happen with Waltz. I mean, I guess it's just a thing when you got a lot of people together and
sure make space for the
somebody fainted. That's what he's pointing out. He's trying to make sure that they get taken care of.
Emergency, folks. This happens sometimes. Everybody bend their knees a little bit. You've been standing for a while. You can dance if you want.
Oh my God. Is that a Donald Trump? What's the song? Men Without Hats reference?
Suggested bend your knees.
He said you could dance if you want to. He said you could leave your friends behind. Shakespeare with the membership, Shakespeare says, Sam the Ram Seder. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the membership, Shakespeare.
She'll be okay. Kamala is as prepared for the job as any nominee for president has ever been. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Tim is a veteran. He is a teacher. He's a coach. He's a hunter. He's been a great governor working with Democrats and Republicans to get stuff done. He can also take a vintage truck apart and put it back together again. You think Donald Trump can do?
Can he take a Trump watch apart and put it back together again? Maybe if we give him a little bit of butter and jam and tea to fix it with?
For that matter, do you think Donald Trump has ever changed a tire in his life? No. I'm just trying to picture it. No.
Oh my god, he's making himself laugh. This is like, what is this like?
The point is, if you elect
This is like Zach Galifianakis humor.
Kamala and Tim, they won't be focused on their problems, they'll be focused on yours. They understand that too many folks here in Pennsylvania and across the country are struggling to pay the bills. Even though wages are steadily growing and inflation is finally slowing, the price of everything from healthcare to housing to groceries, it's still too high.
Oh, you mean the price to stuff that probably shouldn't be commodified in the first place? You mean like the price to stuff that you could put on like really low on Maslow's hierarchy of needs pyramid? Like food and shelter and healthcare and stuff like that? Stuff that that maybe we the people could take care of for ourselves? If it really was a government for, by, and of the people? That kind of stuff? Yeah, I think you're right.
That takes a real bite out of paychecks. It hurts. So the question is, who's really going to do something about it? That's what you should be asking yourself. Now, Donald Trump's plan is to do what he did last time, which was give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. And then, don't boo, I'm going to break you of this habit.
He's going to break us.
And the reason some people think, well, I don't know, I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Okay.
It was my economy.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting. He's annoyed by the space between reality and the perception of the American people. And look, I mean, it is annoying. It is annoying, right? The fact that Donald Trump takes credit for what was largely Obama's economy, an economy that did start to go south with indicators such as industrial jobs in the third year of his presidency before COVID hit, and definitely took a major dive in that fourth year, right? Trump takes credit for that. And it's essentially an Obama economy, which was cooling under Trump. What was the other thing? He said something else earlier. My God, at the very beginning of this, he said, I think it was something about COVID, right? But it was like another misperception.
We had 75 straight months of job growth that I handed over to him.
See, I just don't know how effective this is. Like, at this point, he's kind of like scolding the public for having a bad memory, and they do. He's right. He's right. I just don't know if this, like, I don't know if this is the way to go about this.
It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time.
That's true.
So just in case everybody has a hazy memory, he didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
See, the problem is, though, Democrats embrace tax cuts as well as a solution for problems which they're not a solution for. And that's what allows assholes like Trump to try to say, I made the tax cuts. That's right. That's why the economy was so good. Because supply side economics, because trickle down economics. And Democrats are afraid to say supply side economics is bullshit. They're afraid to say austerity policies are bullshit, right? That's what gets them into this trouble, is that they don't make enough of a distinction. They don't allow the difference between themselves and the Republicans to be as apparent as it should be, because they're afraid of their own shadow. And by their own shadow, I'm just talking about the New Deal consensus. I'm just talking about what had been Democratic Party politics for, 40 years before the 80s, when they decided to change and embrace the Reaganomics, right? If you use Reaganomics, if you praise Reaganomics, you can't turn around and insult it. You can't turn around and call it bullshit, which it is. But yeah, Democrats just... It feels like they're... It feels like they're going in circles way too much of the time.
His other big economic plan now is to slap tariffs on everything, from food to TVs. Now, understand what tariffs are. Anything that's coming from out, that's made elsewhere and comes here, you slap extra money on top of it. And if other countries are cheating, in some cases, it makes sense because you want to have a fair playing field. But what he's proposing is basically a Trump sales tax that could cost the average family almost $4,000 a year. So if you're concerned about higher prices, that is not the way to get lower prices. That's going to come out of your pockets. You think prices are high now? Donald Trump's message basically is, you ain't seen nothing yet. All right, so that's as far as you can tell, that's his plan, right? Because it's not written down anywhere. When it comes to health care, you heard it in the debate. Donald Trump's got one answer: ending the Affordable Care Act that 45 million people rely on. The other day, his running mate, JD Vance, had you got to vote. The other day, his running mate had the nerve to...
So every time he brings up something about Trump or Vance that they're booing about, he's like, no, don't boo. Vote. Get out there and vote.
Say, Donald Trump salvaged the Affordable Care Act. I mean... Donald Trump's...
Okay, I'll be honest. I don't feel bad about... he has every right to feel gaslit about that. That is some high-level bullshit. Right? Here's what I want to ask you, chat. How is it that a known liar, a proven liar like Donald Trump, right, the reaction of the media and of everyone is to coddle him, is to allow him to get away with more lies, is to remove any scrutiny from the words that Donald Trump says, right? The idea that he salvaged, saved, made better Obamacare, when we have records of him trying to repeal Obamacare. And the only thing that stopped it from happening, right? It got through the House of Representatives. It got to the Senate. John McCain came up and voted no. And I don't even know if John McCain really meant no, or if he just didn't want to give Donald Trump the win on that. But for whatever reason, yeah, we're all, lucky that John McCain was there to cast that no vote. So yeah, he didn't get it repealed. But the thing about that was he was going to repeal and replace it. Now, replacing it means that you've got a better plan. You've got another plan. You've got something. You're going to take this one away. You're going to, pass another plan. When Donald Trump was asked about his plans for healthcare, what did he say? Concepts of a plan. I've got a concept of a plan. Well, we got an idea. No, he didn't have anything. He didn't have anything. So yeah, Obama, you have every right to feel gaslit over this shit.
Spent his entire presidency trying to tear it down. And by the way, he couldn't even do that right. And now, 8 years after he was elected, when he was asked about what he was going to do, he says he's got concepts of a plan.
Concepts of a plan.
Now, I want you all to think about this for a second. Let's say your boss gives you an assignment, a project. He says, I need this on Friday. And Friday comes around and he says, so, did you finish that project I asked for? And you say, well, I actually haven't started, but I have a concept of a plan. Or you could try it at home.
Can you imagine if I came on today and I was like, okay, so chat, I don't really have anything in mind as far as streams today. I don't have a plan. I have a concept of a plan though. I have a concept of like what a stream would look like. Here, let me just watch some videos off stream. I don't know. I just like there's nowhere else that this would fly. There's nowhere else that this would fly. I wonder how it is that Republicans even, you know, like how is there no cognitive? How is there no? How is this okay? How does anybody think that? So how does anybody see that and think it's okay? Like they've got the most contrived cope you can imagine. Oh no, it doesn't count because Donald Trump was in a 2 versus 1 situation. The moderator, 3 versus 1, the moderators were against him. So therefore, him having concepts of a plan isn't actually bad. What? How does that make sense? That's just him being asked a simple question and giving an answer that exposes the fact that he was willing to throw us all back into a pre-Obamacare state of being. And if you don't know what that means, there was something that was called pre-existing conditions, which meant you had a health condition. And if you had that health condition, if that was on your record, you could be rejected for insurance. You could be turned down, no insurance for you, or you could be charged, you know, exponentially more based on your pre-existing condition. If Trump didn't have a plan in place and ready to go, then that's what Trump was willing to push us back into. And into more of a situation where insurance becomes less insurance and more we want to take money from the young and healthy, and we're not going to pay for the needs of the old and the sick when they are old and sick. So in other words, we want to take in money, but we don't want to give money out because that's just kind of how capitalism works. And if you turn over something like healthcare completely to capitalism, that's what it'll do to you, right? So Obamacare did, you know, at least fix that problem. It did also give a path to people that had no way of getting healthcare. You know, if you're poor, you can get it through Medicaid, assuming that your governor does not block it. And some Republican governors have blocked it, right? So there's some people that could be benefiting from Obamacare, could be getting covered despite the fact that they don't make any money, but are not. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good that Obamacare did. There's some things that it didn't do. There's some issues that it didn't take on in terms of like the cost of healthcare. It has gotten out of control. The cost of medications in many cases is out of control as well. And I mean, that's due to the fact that instead of doing something like a universal healthcare plan or even like a Medicare for all sort of situation, that the Democrats watered it down. Not even a public option at the end of the day. I mean, it's not entirely Obama's fault, but yeah, compared to what Trump was going to do, Trump just wanted to repeal this, and he had concepts of a plan. In other words, nothing. In other words, he was fine with throwing people back into that situation.
$99. The fact that there's a health insurance company
is
hilarious.
Yeah, it's called Cobra. Wait, I thought Cobra wasn't... Wait, is Cobra a company or is Cobra like a...
Honey, did you do the dishes? I have a
Either way, Davy, thank you for the super chat.
of a plan to do the dishes.
Okay, so TLDR, Trump is a bullshit artist.
How's that going to go over? If it wouldn't work for you, Why in the heck should it work for the president of the United States?
I don't know. I guess, chat, my point about the healthcare thing and my point about Obama, Kamala, and the Democratic establishment writ large is this. It's not different enough from the Republicans. The biggest problem that the Democrats have is an inability to heighten the contradictions between themselves and the Republicans, to show the American people that they are firmly on their side. That being said, there is still a difference, even if it might be more difficult to perceive than it should be, even if the Democrats might be their own worst enemy sometimes. There is a huge difference between Trump getting elected and Kamala getting elected, and I still think it's worthwhile, particularly if you live in a swing state, to consider weaponizing your vote to deny Trump another term in office, because that would be a disaster for the entire country. But just remember, the politics doesn't end with the election, all right? Let's turn the page on Trump, but then don't be afraid to push Kamala, because she might need some pushing to do the right thing.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
There are some worrisome signs, right, in terms of what's going on with, support for people like Mark Cuban.
But now there are freaking communist
of Kamala, and there seems to be an effort to get rid of, some really good officials that Biden put in there, like Lynn Kahn, right? There's sort of like a billionaire conspiracy against Lynn Kahn right now. And there's a real question. Will Kamala retain the services of Lynn Kahn at the FTC? Will Kamala name Mark Cuban the head of the SEC, right? We don't know, but you're going to need to push. You're going to need to push on, the Democrat. If a Democratic Congress gets elected, you're going to need to push. You're going to need to make phone calls, right? And you're going to need to be ready to push Kamala as well, because it's not a fait accompli that she will even be as pro-worker as Biden is. Now, Biden's got a lot of problems, and I'll be the first to say that, all right? Mainly his foreign policy. In fact, there's a big difference between Barack Obama's foreign policy, how he would handle the relationship with Israel, and how he would handle negotiations with countries like Iran versus what Biden did, right? Obama was actually better about that. And obviously, Biden's strategy to quote unquote bear hug the most right-wing government Israel's ever seen in Benjamin Netanyahu and et al. Has been a disaster. But Biden has done some really good things for the working class people. Biden's labor policies have been really good. And there's a real question. Will Kamala continue that? There are people vying for, Kamala's favor right now that very much do not want her to do that. Mark Cuban being the first and foremost among those. So, it's just, I'm having to put this forward in a really nuanced way because I want people to understand this, right? I am not somebody who thinks that the Democratic Party is so bad that, having Trump in the White House again wouldn't be any worse. I would never say that. But at the same time, I'm not the kind of person who's going to tell you, just get Kamala elected and your job is done. Your job is not done, all right? The most important aspects of politics are not electoral politics. They are the politics of the people exerting their power on the politicians to let them know that we're not shutting the refrigerator door and just letting them do, whatever. We expect certain things of them, and we definitely don't want to go back. And when I say we don't want to go back, I do mean we don't want another Trump administration, but I also mean we don't want to go back on some of the good things that Biden has done in terms of the National Labor Relations Board, in terms of, he's got a mixed record on this, but he did recently support a strike that was pretty important as far as getting pay for longshoremen on the East Coast to the level that of salaries that longshoremen on the West Coast we're making, right? So we definitely don't want to go back on that either. And there is some threat to that. So don't go to sleep after the election.
But the good news is Kamala Harris, she doesn't have concepts for a plan. She has an actual plan to make your life better.
Roll Jogano says, Obama gave us Trump. Yeah, no, you got a point. You got a point.
To bring down the cost of things like groceries.
And that's not to make an equivalence between Obama and Trump, but that is to say that the Democratic Party has not been doing enough for working people. And they need to do that for, both because as working people, we need some support. We need some help. Our lives are becoming unmanageable under late stage capitalism, and we need someone that's on our side, but also for the Democratic Party to not lose to a clown, a fucking clown like Donald Trump. They need to make it clear whose side they stand on. Trump is on the side of the millionaires and billionaires. Democrats need to make it clear that they are, at the very least, on the side of the working people.
She'll go after corporations that are jacking up prices. Just like she went after big...
Oh, wait, Buffy's got... it's an extension of employer benefits that is very expensive. Yeah, it's not a company, right? Thanks, Buffy. I remember... So it's like supplemental healthcare that you can buy at a extra premium.
Big banks and for-profit colleges when she was...
Roll says the Dems defanged Waltz. Yeah.
But now there are freaking
I wonder about Waltz. I really do wonder about Waltz, right? Waltz does seem to be cut from a different cloth compared to Obama, Hillary, etc. But Waltz does seem to be cut from a different cloth. And that's why a lot of us were really excited to see Kamala name Waltz, right? She had a bunch of options. Most of those options were going to satisfy the Democratic establishment. Actually, Waltz is one choice that might have really pissed some people off. And for her to make that choice was actually gave a lot of us hope. But, for Waltz to have to come up there and be like, the United States and Israel have an invincible alliance. Israel has the right to defend themselves. And, to see him come up and say that shit, it does make me wonder. In fact, this is what I was thinking about with the debate with Waltz, right? If you watched the debate with us, you noticed that, well, I think ultimately, and I had to be argued into this, well, ultimately, the clips of the debate show Waltz winning. There were some moments that weren't so great, and particularly like the first question that they were asked. Waltz was falling all over himself to answer that question, and I wonder how much of that's because he doesn't entirely agree with the tack that Kamala has taken on Israel, and certainly not with the horrible, horrible failed policy of the Biden administration in terms of the bear hug to Netanyahu. I wonder how much of that was like Waltz, choking on those words.
Attorney General in California. And believe me, when she does, nobody's going to want to stand in her way. I remember after the home mortgage crisis, Kamala pushed me and my administration harder than any other attorney general in the country to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. It did not matter that she was pushing a Democratic administration. She was not going to let anybody stop her from winning as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. And because of the work she did, those families got billions more than they would have otherwise got. That's the kind of president Kamala Harris will be.
Matt B says, Dems don't give a crap about working people. They are the establishment. Look at the money they make from donations. Matt B, you need to read a fucking history book. Right? Now, I won't say that it's not somewhat the Democrats' fault that people like Matt B exist. right? The perceptions that Matt B is reflecting in chat right now are like understandable in that there's not enough of a distinction there. But to say that the Democrats don't give a fuck about the working people as if the Republicans do, that is profoundly ignorant and profoundly sad. And if that's what you think, now you haven't said that, I'm putting words in your mouth a little bit, so correct me if I'm wrong, but if that's where you're going with this, you've been conned. You've been conned by Don the Con. And that's a sad thing, right? And yeah, do the Democrats bear a little bit of responsibility in that? Absolutely, absolutely. But in terms of the party that's, Donald Trump's literally got a plan to remove income tax for the wealthy and to replace that with tariffs that the working poor would pay. A national sales tax
But now there are freaking communists invading
that would cost the average American family $3,000 to $4,000 extra compared to your taxes right now. While the Democrats may not be the friend of the working people, as they once, said that they were, the New Deal consensus is what I'm referring to there. While the Democrats may be running from their own shadow, may have adopted a more Republican supply-side economics outlook after Reagan, the Republican Party is the party of the fucking millionaires and billionaires. They are the party of the capital class. 100%.
To lower housing costs, Kamala will cut red tape.
Dovey Cliff super chatted $9.99. Waltz might have gotten a boost from the debate. The issue with the debate, it made Vance seem more normal to the average voter.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you were kind of you might have come out of that like expecting Vance to be like Vance seemed like a freaking gargoyle. Let me see if I can put this in the right way. Yeah. From what you'd seen from clips of rallies and unearthed recordings and all these other things of Vance, he seemed like an absolute monster. And the fact that he was able to come off in the debates as a halfway normal guy is actually a boon to him. Yeah, but both Vance and Waltz, I guess their approval seems to have increased after the debates. But remember, this is the vice presidential debate. Not many people end up seeing that. If they see it at all, they're seeing clips. And Vance did, come off better in terms of the clips. There were some weird clips for Waltz. Sorry, Waltz came off better. There were some weird clips. Waltz saying, I'm friends with a lot of school shooters now. His terrible answer on the question of Tiananmen Square. And, oh my God, there's like one more. There's one more too. But yeah, compared to that, straight up asking Vance, did Trump win the 2020 election? And Vance not being able to answer that, right? It was overall probably, as far as the clips go, like a win for Waltz.
And work with governors like Josh Shapiro, as well as the private sector, to build 3 million new homes. And she'll give first-time home buyers up to $25,000 to help with the down payment. Plans, concrete plans. And for a lot of folks, that could be the difference between watching their dreams pass them by or finally owning a place of their own. To lower health care costs, Kamala already worked with Joe Biden to take on the drug companies and bring down the cost of insulin and hearing aids and more than 50 prescription drugs. And as president, she will never stop working to limit out-of-pocket costs and protect your care. That's who Kamala is. She's got a track record of doing it. And here's a big one. Instead of giving more tax breaks to billionaires and raising prices on working families, Kamala will give a tax cut to 100 million middle class and working people here in America. So, if you're a new parent, you could qualify for a $6,000 tax credit during the first year of your child's life. Because I don't have to tell a lot of you, raising kids is hard. And she wants to make it easier to afford stuff like a crib or a car seat or diapers. I remember buying diapers. I remember the first time I went in the store right after Malia was born. I was like, what?
Roll Jogana says Kamala would put more trust towards Republicans and billionaires as president. That's my concern. You know, that's my concern with the Mark Cuban being one of her surrogates, and and what did she say? I think it was on The View where she was talking about she would put a Republican in her cabinet, right? It's just they're misreading the room. People want to vote for somebody to turn the page on Trump. And instead what Kamala is doing too much of the time is these signs of compromise with an utterly useless movement that needs to bite the dust, that needs to be swept away by history. Because it's just a fucking con. And that's all Donald Trump's done his whole life, is con people.
That's how much diapers cost. I remember changing diapers. You think Donald Trump ever changed a diaper? Yeah.
You thought all the truly rich people were voting or were donating to Kamala? You gotta know when that's coming out of your mouth that that's impossibly reductive. Thank you for the super chat, Recon TV. Everyone except Elon. Is that really what you think?
I almost said that, but I decided I shouldn't say it.
Look, we have a corrupt system where money is allowed in politics, right? And because of that, rich people put their money oftentimes with both parties. Donald Trump himself admitted to doing this, right? Donald Trump, if you look back at his campaign donations, he's donated to Hillary before. And why do they do this? Why do they do this? Is it because Donald Trump is a huge lib? And he wants Hillary Clinton to make our schools woke? No, it's because they want control. So they're both donating to both sides. I mean, look, when you say Elon, everyone except Elon Musk, I think what you mean is everyone except Silicon Valley. And you're acting like Silicon Valley is this tiny little thing with just a little bit of money. It's just just the richest person in the world. And Peter Thiel, and everybody else who's made their money off of tech. Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money. And it's going for the most. Zuckerberg. Straight up Republican now. Yeah, don't miss that, right? If you think of the political parties as like one of the parties is the parties the party of the millionaires and the billionaires, and the other is not, you're missing half the picture.
If you're starting a small business.
But thank you for the super chat.
Kamala Harris will give you a $50,000 tax credit to help you get it off the ground. That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she stands for. So with Kamala, you've got actual plans. Trump, concepts of a plan.
It's like the vapors of a plan. It's like,
now, if you challenge Trump to elaborate and enumerate his concepts, he will fall back on one answer. JD Vance does the same thing. Doesn't matter what the issue is. Housing,
oh yeah, immigration. Everything is the fault of some immigrant. That's his answer for everything.
Paying the bills. Their only answer is to blame immigrants. They want you to believe that if you let Donald Trump round up whoever he wants, by the way, and ship them out, all your problems will be solved.
It's funny, even Andrew Schultz ends up confronting Trump about this, right? Even Andrew Schultz wants to talk to Trump about, well, what about the fact that I've known undocumented immigrants that are actually like really good people, like, and I don't know how Schultz grew up, but he's saying like, his babysitters, his childcare professionals as a friend, right? It's like, what about these people? What about these hardworking people? Right? You're talking about, deporting everybody. Surely there are some people in this country that do not have documentation that are worthy of being offered some sort of pathway to citizenship. This is Andrew freaking Schultz.
Now, we've got real issues at the border. We are a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. We have to make sure it's fair. There are communities at the border that can be overrun. We've got to actually solve a problem. But when I hear Donald Trump talking,
the problem is that there's no pathway to citizenship. The problem is that the United States, with our foreign policy, creates problems for the rest of the world that destabilize countries, causing the immigration that then Donald Trump uses to run for president, right? Case in point, Venezuela. What's wrong with Venezuela? Massive sanctions have destabilized the country. And then Donald Trump wants to turn around and be like, oh, look, the Venezuelan gangs, they've taken over Aurora, Colorado. You got to vote for me so we can kick them all out. Right? He caused that fucking problem. That's his foreign policy at work.
I've got one question. As I recall, Donald Trump was president for 4 years. And if rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people and building the beautiful wall, and didn't matter whether some of those folks you rounded up were women and children. If that's the answer to everything, well, why didn't you solve the problem? Why were the number of immigrants basically the same when you left office as when you took office? I'll tell you why. Because he didn't have a real plan. He had talking points. He had concepts of a plan. And the plan was mean and ugly. And it was designed to enhance his politics and make people angry, not to solve the problem. You know what you...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists in...
Welcome in. We are growing.
You know what would actually help bring order to the border and fix our immigration system?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Damn, chat, I'm going to have to scale back my stream alerts, right? We're popping off here.
The bipartisan deal that Kamala Harris supported, even though it's written by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress.
That is a weird flex, Obama. That is a weird fucking flex, but it's true. It's true that that Trump did not want the policy that he and the Republicans were, look, this is how bad our politics are, right? We're talking about a bill that the Republicans in Congress supported because they thought that the bill would be rejected either in the Democratic Senate or would be vetoed by Joe Biden. And then they could say, oh, look at this. We want to take care of the immigration problem, but the Democrats won't let us. The Democrats are against it. When Biden signaled that actually he wasn't against it, he was for it, Trump called his buddies in Congress and said, you got to vote against this. You got to kill this. He flipped from being in favor of the bill to being against the bill and what changed? The fact that Joe Biden was willing to sign it. Now, this is a craven move from Biden. This is a craven move from the Harris campaign to support this shit. They've essentially just caved into Trumpian immigration policy. But it's bad for both parties. It's a real sign of how corrupt our politics are, right? That a bill gets drafted with the understanding that it will never pass. When that changes and it looks like it will pass, the bill is killed by the people that brought it up. What kind of sense does that make?
The same bill that Donald Trump tanked on purpose because he thinks fear-mongering is how he's going to win this election. He told Republicans, even the ones who had...
So for the record, this incident shows you two things. One, the Democrats don't have a spine. Any group that they pretend to stand up for could be under the bus tomorrow if it's politically expedient. Two, the Republican Party isn't about shit. They're not about shit. They scapegoat people that they think they can drum up fear and anger about in order to win power. But when it comes to actually policy to solve the problem that they said was a problem in the way that they said it should be solved, they don't give a fuck about that. They just want power. So that shows you what's wrong with both parties. Now, I will maintain, as I always do, that despite the fact that there's not enough of a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, there still is a difference. It still, I think, is worth your while to consider weaponizing your vote to deny Trump another term in office. It's still worth it to do that. And I don't think it makes you a bad person, despite how craven the Democrats can be at times, right? I still think there's a difference. But I also think that your job as a citizen is not done when the election is over. You're going to have better luck pushing on Kamala Harris than you're going to have pushing on Trump and Vance, right? They are 100% in the pocket of the millionaires and billionaires. They were 100% corrupt. They are 100% unstable. But I wish I could tell you that the Harris administration, was perfect, and it would just get them in power and they'll do what you want. That's not how it works, though. There's a million different people vying for their attention, including donors, including people like Mark Cuban. And if you want Kamala to shut the door in Cuban's face instead of naming him head of the SEC like he wants, then you're gonna have to get ready. Your job is not over with this election.
Originally supported, don't vote for it, because he doesn't want the problem solved. We don't need a president who will make problems worse just to make his own political circumstances better. We need a president who actually cares about solving problems and making your life better. And that's what Kamala Harris will do.
Did we get to the diaper part yet? Oh, we did, didn't we?
And to help her do it, she will need a Senate full of...
Okay, so...
diapers. I remember buying diapers. I remember the first time I went in the store right after Malia was born. I was like, what? That's how much diapers cost? I remember changing diapers. You think Donald Trump ever changed a diaper?
Now listen. Okay, so what I've heard is that somebody says maybe his own. Let's turn this up. Let's see if we can hear this.
Trump ever changed the diaper?
His own. Wait, do you hear it? You can barely hear it. You can barely hear it.
Yeah.
But supposedly somebody back there, and that's why Obama's laughing. Somebody said his own. I was hoping we'd be able to hear that a little bit better than we can. All right, so I got some more stuff for you here. Does anybody remember a few weeks ago? They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. These words were uttered by Donald Trump on a national presidential debate stage. That is why you are not going to see a second debate. Donald Trump basically ended any possibility of that, right? He's had the offer. It's not going to happen. There's not going to be a second debate, and that's why, because he looked like garbage. He was signal boosting a lie signal boosted by his vice presidential candidate, JD Vance, that had actually come from a neo-Nazi group called Blood Tribe that was trying to spread hate about Haitian immigrants, about Haitian asylum or seekers in Springfield, right? And Trump just bought it hook, line, and sinker. And he didn't realize that that kind of lie works on Truth Social, works on Twitter, works in the right-wing red pill blogosphere. Blogosphere? What am I saying? I sound like it's 2008 here. It works in certain like right-wing echo chambers, but it doesn't work on a national stage. And Donald Trump didn't realize this. Now, the lore about this, I can neither confirm nor deny, but supposedly Laura Loomer, a far-right weirdo who may or may not have orally pleasured the former president on that very plane, supposedly was the one who was in his ear being like, you got to talk about the cats and the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets. They're eating the geese. They're eating the ducks. They're eating everything. These Haitians, they're just eating. They're eating the animals. The Americans never eat animals, right? What is the... Like, right? Supposedly she got in his ear, and that's the reason that he said eating the dogs, eating the cats. But I want to take us back, if I may. I want to take us back to Springfield.
There's too many homeless people in Springfield.
Are these people?
So here we are. This is Walter Masterson. Now, why is he Masterson? What is the master about? He's a master troll. He's like a level 71 troll. I don't know. This guy's leveled the fuck up. He goes all around the country. He trolls Moms for Liberty. He trolls MAGA rallies. He trolls everything, right? And so he is in Springfield to do his thing. And let's see what this troll can do.
Immigrants?
No, they're just like you and me, like white people. They're
Got a lot of immigrants coming over, taking over our country.
When I was fighting out in the Persian Gulf, I fought as an American citizen, as an American sailor. But today I can be viewed as an Haitian immigrant. I'm tired of this, Mr. Mayor.
I am here as the local representative for the JD Vance office. The senator is open to making up a new conspiracy theory.
Thank you. I'm also here from the JD Vance campaign. We have prepared a statement. We mean no disrespect to the hardworking people of Haiti. I'm in Springfield, Ohio, another American city destroyed by immigration. Wait, are you panning? Don't pan. Just stay in this shitty building. Yeah, the shitty building. Yeah, go. Yeah, look at that. No ducks. Leftists will say that Springfield is unlivable, not because of immigrants, but because it's in Ohio. I decided to see for myself. This great town used to have magicians, jugglers, kangaroo boxers, and women horny for the sun. But then something happened. People moved here from somewhere else. With no other choice, I spoke with someone that chose to live in Ohio. What's it like living in Springfield?
What's it like?
Yeah.
Right now, it's like every day is so exciting. So much change. We need to get ready for tomorrow. At Springfield show?
Yeah.
In the last month or so since it's been in
Oh, in the last month or so.
Yeah.
I hadn't really noticed. Yes, it changed. Yes, it has.
Okay.
Every month in Springfield now is just, you don't know what's going on from month to month. It's always something exciting, something positive.
Well, there you have it. Chaos and anarchy rule the streets. We're gonna cut around his interview, right? Okay, good.
the homeless population.
So yeah, if you're used to seeing Walter Masterson, I think usually he wears glasses. He's kind of in disguise here. There's a reason for that. And you'll see when he gets to the city council why that is, right? He's going to speak for the JD Vance campaign, and this is what he does. He's a troll.
And everything's out of control.
The homeless population.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's too many homeless people in Springfield.
Yeah. Okay.
Where are they?
If you go out East Main towards like Kroger's on East Main, there's some pawn shops, and they're all like in that little area out there.
Okay.
There's people out there with the homeless
like tents and all that, and
Yeah, they got their own place. It's called Tent City out there.
Tent City. It's like a Skid Row type of thing.
yeah, you go out this road right here, and then you go out there and you see them. They're all over the place.
Are these people immigrants?
No, they're just like you and me, like white people. They're just white people,
They're just
Haitians.
homeless.
It's all the populations, like white, black, Haitians.
It's not just immigrants.
No, it's all of like Springfield, like white people, Haitians, black people. It's just not immigrants. There's all kinds of different races out there.
What's it like living in Springfield?
It's all right. There's ups and downs, I guess. Rent's definitely gone up, but I don't know why.
You can't attribute it to Haitian people. It's just gone up.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is going up.
Hey, you know what else has gone up? The price of a sub on Twitch. They've raised the prices. It used to be $5 to get yourself out of the ad break at the top of the hour. Now it's $6. You can do it for free if you've got Prime. You've got a free sub that you can use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You also can do that for $6 with $6, or possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. It does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
It's probably going up every year. I mean,
Yeah, that was pretty awkward, huh, Pepsi Man? Like you and me, white people.
I don't know that they really have an impact on
We're going to edit all of this out. I mean, this is totally fucking useless. Last question. What is the craziest thing you've ever seen a white person do?
Climb an electrical tower on meth, threatening to jump off, and got lured down with a case of beer from the police.
That wasn't a Haitian?
No, you said white person. That was the craziest thing I've seen a white person do.
Okay, we're going to dub...
Sanshiro Salai says, is there any plan for fixing housing? Hey, I got an idea. How about if we decommodify anybody heard of the hierarchy of needs? It's a nice little pyramid that starts at the bottom with your most basic needs, like food, water, shelter, things like that. Probably above that is you know, things like healthcare, right? And so these things that we can all agree that we need to survive, maybe that shouldn't be part of the capitalist economy. Maybe that could just be something that we, the people, provide for ourselves, right? Provide for each other through our government, right? That's my plan. Because other than that, I don't like what capitalism has done to housing, right? Less and less people are able to own their own home. When you are able to own your own home, it's the rent is jacked up.
We're going to dub in Haitian.
You're going to get me canceled.
Listen, if you get canceled because of this interview, you'll get your own show on the Daily Wire.
That is
the
true.
CPAC you'll be their keynote speaker
That
next
is
year. What's it like living in Springfield?
It's awful these days.
What sucks about it?
We got a lot of immigrants coming over, taking over our country. We got a lot of homeless.
I heard that they're paying rent and they're driving up rent prices and they're buying all the groceries in the grocery store, right?
Yes, they are.
Oh my God,
We need to take care of this.
that's terrible. They're buying groceries from the grocery store and paying rent. Holy shit! What's the real story?
The law is not following up with the migrants.
What do you mean the law is not following up?
How many people, have you ever gotten a ticket for not having a license or driving without insurance?
Notice this man's shirt. Oh no, what is going on with this guy? Wait a minute. We got a conspiracy too for here, don't we? Well, I don't know though. That's a Mason symbol on his necklace, I think. Which there's like a lot of conspiracies about the Freemasons, but if you wear a symbol on your neck, does that mean that you're part? I mean, like it is like a real organization of some kind. There's some kind of fraternal organization called the Masons, which people do actually join. But then he's got the alien. So this guy's probably, maybe, I'm guessing, kind of a conspiracy head, which could be fun. But I don't even know. Why is he wearing this is like, maybe he is the Illuminati. He himself is the one member of the Illuminati. Davy, thank you for the super chat. Maslow's pyramid scheme of needs. Nice.
Well, I mean, I haven't gotten a ticket for that.
Right, like I got one 2 weeks ago. I didn't get one, but the cop was gonna take my car.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have insurance. He made me...
Maybe he's an actual Mason. I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
spot.
That's where I would assume you'd get something like that, unless it's some kind of like...
I was here last week. I'm also a reporter. I was here last week. There was a crash down on Main and Spring, an overturned car. I read the report. They don't charge them.
Why would the police be colluding with the immigrant population?
For profit.
Because they're woke. Does everybody know this? The cops are woke. All right? I hate to break it to you, but the cops are part of the deep state, and they're really woke, and the thin blue line, and the blue lives that matter. It turns out like they've gone woke. I don't know what to say. The cops, they're super liberal. They're SJW. They're not like officers of the peace anymore. They're social justice officers, right? They're with their blue hair and their septum piercings. You know what I'm saying? You've ever seen a cop before? Always go into pride.
How are they profiting from that?
Even when it's not pride.
From transporting there, getting paid from the government to transport them here. The locals are making money off the government subsidy checks that are going towards the rent.
Davy says, I grew up right next to a Freemason building. It's just cringy old frat dudes who want to summon Satan. Yes. Yes, fentanyl exposure turning the cops woke. That must be what it is, yeah. Too much fentanyl exposure. That's what happens. Eventually they become woke.
The Democrats are behind this.
Right,
so who?
right.
All right. So
if the Democratic administration agreed to bring them here for the large corporations to use
this guy still thinks he's spitting facts.
Labor, correct?
I wonder when he'll realize he's getting trolled.
Moving human bodies across borders for profit.
Yeah.
That is the definition of human trafficking. The U.S. government is human trafficking migrants to make money. Do you believe that they're putting the American citizens first? Start following the money, and you'll understand why things are happening. Do you know what this is?
It's
on the dollar bill.
Yeah, Illuminati.
See, it's also called the All-Seeing.
Oh shit, he is a conspiracy head. Wait. Is he pointing at his neck tattoo? Does he have the Illuminati eye on his neck? Wait, what?
I wear it so people ask me about.
Oh no. Okay, I see. I think he's talking about the neck. No, it is. It's on his neck. He does have a, yeah, it's like the thing that's on the dollar.
Elitist and how they're all trying to control us and hold us down.
So
the immigrants aren't getting.
So you got the Illuminati tattoo to show people that the Illuminati is bad. Gotcha.
Immigrants, they're driving around.
They're so bad, I had to get a tattoo of them on my neck. Like, right?
Insurance.
Yes. And you can see that when you look at any police report. You look at a police report of a crash accident, and it'll say, no.
He's just like, no, this is like true. This is like obvious. You look at any police report, and it says no charges because this is an immigrant, and we're too woke to charge the immigrants with anything because we're the cops. That's how we operate.
No license, no charges. Like I said, I got pulled over 2 weeks ago for no insurance. The cop was going to tow my car unless I got insurance right on the spot.
It's called the all-seeing eye. Irene, as if I should know this.
To the officer that was at the desk.
Why were you driving without insurance?
Because I'm an idiot. You know, I'm an idiot. It lapsed and I didn't realize it.
There's no record.
Wait, does chat think that I'm part of the Illuminati?
Them making them buy insurance on the spot.
Not that I can tell. The one that I was at on, what was it, Spring in Maine? The woman was there with a baby and she was just allowed to leave. She said that the report said that she went to the hospital, but it said no charges were filed. And I asked the officer about that, and he goes, well, I can't really comment, but I do have to say we treat everybody the same, which I would hope is true.
We wanted the $5,000 bounty.
Yeah, that's right, Buffy Geek. All-seeing Irene.
I mean, listen, if you want to split that, I mean, listen, we could create a video. We could just do it there.
No, I don't want to make fake news. I'm all about the
truth. Right? I know. We don't want to like just manufacture something with no evidence.
So the most alarming thing.
You gotta love this guy.
Once again, my own observation within town limits, right, downtown, where all the migrants are mostly centrally located, there are no geese or ducks around the parks. You go to Snyder Park, which is a little bit outside. I went to a
No, I feel like they need to work on these conspiracy theories. They need to have something about like Easter eggs. We had an Easter egg hunt in the park. And the Haitians got there first, and they took all the eggs. The kids went home crying because there was no eggs, and I don't know, just like this
trailer park that's way outside Snyder Park. I walked down the railroad tracks for like a mile. Tons of geese out there. around low-income Americans. So you got low-income Americans with a ton of geese and low-income migrants with no geese.
But and they have the same parks?
Wait.
The different parks, but
No,
all the locals were saying that the geese were downtown, and then the migrants got here, and now they're not. The first one that I went to was I read the actual report.
The thing about this is his logic, the way that his inductive logic is working. It's not about like him having to prove that the Haitian or suggest or show you any evidence that the Haitians are eating the geese and the ducks, right? It's you that has to show that the Haitians are not, right? Yeah, the ducks were missing. Where did they go? Do we know it wasn't the Haitians? Then I guess it was.
Of that guy that said he saw Haitians.
I mean, I guess this is how a moral panic works, right? This is like how the witch trials happen. This is how the satanic panic, like all that shit, right? Innocent people end up getting severely punished, even killed, because of these weird moral panics about folk devils, right? A folk devil is created. In this case, the Haitian migrant is the folk devil, and in the satanic panic, it was people of non-Christian religions, or it was LGBT people, or it was in the witch hunts, it was outsiders, right? They create this like folk devil, right? This idea, and they get in their heads so hard that it's like, no, you got to prove that you're not a witch. Do you want us not to kill you? You better wait. What is the deal? You're supposed to float. I don't know. Are you supposed to not float? Yeah, I think you're supposed to not float, and then you die, but you're not a witch, which is good. Or you float, and you are a witch, and they burn you at the stake, which is bad.
With ducks in their hands. Yeah. And I believe he said Spring, actually, that they're walking towards downtown, got in a car from Spring.
What's the name of the park?
The Snyder's over here. We're right here. Snyder Park's over here. This is where I saw the ducks and stuff.
Well, where didn't you see the ducks?
Didn't see the ducks. So we're here.
Yeah.
Right in here.
What's the name of that park?
Buck Creek and Park.
Did you really say Buck Creek?
I asked residents of Springfield.
Is it Buck Creek?
What happened with the ducks? And the responses were basically, yeah, ducks are everywhere, and sometimes they're nowhere, and they migrate. They're ducks.
They are ducks. That's a good point.
I've never heard of the DMV going, oh, you know what? Give the Haitians a different test.
Yeah, me neither. But
driving wise, they could use some remedial courses.
Yes, I would say so.
Sure. Is that cause to kick them out of the country?
Look, I mean, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it's not hard to imagine that driving in Haiti might be very different than driving in Ohio. Like driving in the UK is different. Driving in Australia is different, right?
Because a lot of people can't drive. I don't think we're going to kick out everybody that can't drive from the country.
In my opinion, I'd say that's part of the problem people are having with the immigrants. We're getting more immigrants than what we have houses and everything to house them in. And it ain't just Haitians, it's immigrants all over, but primarily the Haitians are the new kids on the block, so they're getting picked on.
What the fuck? That makes sense to me. They're the new kids on the block. You got to get picked on. Like, right, it's so weird. It's so weird to hear all these lies about Haitians. And then just to hear somebody, you're new to the neighborhood. You're the new kid on the block, right? We haven't had your nationality as immigrants yet, and so you're gonna get picked on. We're gonna make up lies. We're gonna say that you're eating the cats, you're eating the dogs, you're eating the geese, you're eating the ducks, you're stealing the kids' Easter eggs, everything, right? You're the Grinch. You're stealing Christmas.
Yeah, because that was because they.
A lot of wild shit happens in Ohio. That's what I heard, Lady Badash.
Come here, they're raising the rents because they're renting places.
Yeah.
And now there's not enough places to rent, so landlords, they raise the rent.
Right.
And then they're buying up all the food that's in the grocery stores. So now the grocery stores are raising prices on food. It's like they're gentrifying the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I get confused because usually they talk about a crime wave and destroying the area, where usually a crime wave involves property values going down. No one's paying.
That it is. Today, Mr. Mayor, we lost one of ours. Let's move forward together as a city. We need to be an American citizen, as an American commitment. I was chasing the American dream to this veteran.
Capitalism.
Mr. Mayor, my community would like to thank you for the wonderful job you're doing in the community. As a U.S. Armed Forces veteran, I've served in the United States Navy with honor, courage, and commitment. I was chasing the American dream. Today, I'm living the American dream. My people who've come here by different ways, by different means, they are chasing the American dream as well. When I was fighting out in the Persian Gulf, I fought as an American citizen, as an American sailor. But today I can be viewed as an Haitian immigrant. I'm tired of this, Mr. Mayor. We need to be united. We need to come together as a city. We need to come together as American to stop the nonsense. Let's move forward with the city of Springfield. Let's make it the great city that it is. Today, Mr. Mayor, we lost one of ours in a tragic accident. He wasn't at fault, but as a community, we deal with it. We know how to take it in. But my question is to the other residents of Springfield, why are you being so angry when accident happens? It happens to anyone. Today.
So now he's referring to an event in which a school bus was involved in a crash, and the person driving the other car was Haitian. And this was, in a lot of people's view, the incident that really set the hate against the Haitian community off, right? Let me put it this way, right? This enabled that kind of hatred. And he's pointing out that today, I think, a Haitian immigrant died in a car wreck, and he's saying that our community, we are not looking to place blame and be like, oh, like, I mean, how absurd would it be, right? If they turned around and they said, oh, geez, look, a white person caused this car crash, and that is like, we gotta go ham on everybody, on right? That the Haitian community is not doing that. So he's like, so why are other people, when a Haitian is involved in a car crash, why are other people placing the blame on everyone that's Haitian?
It happens to us. The ball is in our corner, and we're dealing with it. We don't complain. We don't get angry at anyone because it's an accident. Mr. Mayor, we think you're doing a wonderful job.
Okay, so now here comes the good part, chat. This is why I watched this with you.
You need to implement more programs to help us as immigrants. Some of us are lost.
Maximilian Clark. I am here as the local representative for the JD Vance office. The senator thanks you all for your support, the same support that put him into office, and yet I am personally appalled that a Republican elected in Ohio would say that something that we made up isn't true. Do you know how that makes us look, how it makes the senator look? Lazy, incompetent, cruel.
Hey, please don't make your comments, please.
We need to get in line. We do not win this November without immigration chaos. That is why we torpedoed Senator Langford's bipartisan immigration bill. If people aren't talking about how immigrants are eating all the fish from Finding Nemo, they might actually want to talk about our economic policy, which, can we dim the lights?
Now, my curiosity in these situations is always like, how many people understand that this is a parody, and when do they get it? When does it dawn on them? Because I mean, I have seen specifically Walter Masterson get away with a lot, with a lot, like be able to really troll Moms for Liberty and other groups pretty hard, and for them not to understand that he is trolling them until maybe even ever, but definitely until like the very end.
Thank you. So this is our plan to fight inflation. And the best part about it...
Narwhal by nature.
That's right. Once you start writing stuff down...
Thank you for the gift subs.
It gets messy. It gets complicated. And it's hard. It's hard to fight inflation. Like, apparently, Putting a tariff on all imported goods and having a national 22% sales tax makes prices go up. Who knew? Wouldn't it be better just to talk about how immigrants are stealing car tires to set them on fire because they want the air to be stinky?
They want the air to stink. Yeah.
Look, we don't want to divide this community. We don't want to bring extra strife to this community or the Haitian community. The senator is open to making up a new conspiracy theory.
Yo.
Here, can we have the lights back up?
See, like, I wonder, did she still think this is really JD Vance's? Because that's what they're saying. They're saying they're from the JD Vance campaign.
Thank you. I'm going to need a country.
But hey, look, like there's levels, right? There's levels. There's the eyes glazed over level. I don't notice anything weird. This is just another person speaking at a city council meeting. There's the, wow, JD Vance's people sure are saying some strange stuff. Like, do they realize how this sounds, right? And then there's the, hey, I think there's something going on here. And then there's the, oh, I get it. They're not really with Vance. They're making fun of Vance.
I heard Guatemala.
Sir, you just direct your comments to me.
Oh, perfect. Verb, please.
Is this a bad?
Please stop.
Yeah, bird arson. Bird arson. Thank you. Got that.
So you see what he's doing? He's doing a Mad Lib. He's like saying, we at the Vance campaign would like to make up a new conspiracy theory, right? We'd like to change the conspiracy. So kind of making it like, okay, you know, this one's done enough harm. Let's make up a new one. What do we have? Bird arson. And he's asking them for like verbs and stuff like it's a Mad Lib. So
Sir,
listen,
are you done?
Our only popular position is...
Now it's funny too, because like this is the city council meeting, and although, you know, like I could see if somebody's wasting your time, right? Or if they're like, I don't know, hawking something. Like if somebody came there, if I came there and I talked about my live stream, right? I mean, I'm wasting their time. Or if I'm goofing around and not really saying anything that matters, right? That I'm wasting their time. That's not what he's doing, though. He is making commentary about the issues that are being talked about at the city council. He's just doing so from an ironic perspective, right? So this isn't, you know, this isn't for the lulz, in other words, right? There's a real point to what he's saying, despite the fact that there is also a lot of irony between him and the words that he is saying.
That being mad at immigrants for trying to use social services that we're trying to get rid of entirely. Our entire real platform is just about getting rid of overtime pay and labor unions, getting rid of the minimum wage, building submarines, invading Mexico. This is all real.
This is actually, unfortunately, very real.
Wrote this down. This is part of our platform. But hey,
yeah, anybody that thinks that Donald Trump is a peace candidate, understand that he's talking about war with Mexico. That's how much of a peace candidate that motherfucker is.
And if you don't support us, the Guatemalans are going to come for your birds, and they're going to set them on fire. I will now open the floor.
They're gonna, yeah, that's the bird arson, right? We're making up a new conspiracy theory. It's all about bird arson. They're lighting the birds on fire.
Please sit down.
Wait, so some of the city council is entertained by this.
Thank you. I'm also here from the JD Vance campaign. We have prepared a...
He's got a Heritage Foundation cap.
We mean no disrespect to the hardworking people of Haiti. Listen, it's simple. We love immigration. We just don't want illegal immigration. Now, the Haitian community has immigrated here legally, and we think that should be illegal. Ever since the Haitians have arrived, they've been dressing like prom every day. They're buying groceries from local businesses, and property values have skyrocketed. Oh, wait, they're going up? All right, so property values are going up because the Haitians are paying above market rent on time with money. Money that, they've earned from, taking black jobs, I guess. We're from the JD Vance campaign. That's our official motto. Medicare, welfare, food stamps, homeless services. These are all programs we've been trying to cut for decades. And now immigrants are using them to become functional tax-paying citizens. We believe in the American dream over at the JD Vance campaign. And in order to achieve that dream, we need to stop other people from that dream. America.
He's like a fucking mock, Leo.
Hey, would you please?
Say fuck you, man.
Okay, officer.
Yeah. Okay. Figure of speech. Don't touch me, man. Fuck you, Rob. Fuck, bitch.
My name is Amanda Richardson.
Wow. I haven't seen him get that response before.
I was born in Springfield and I've lived here most of my life. And I just wanted to say that I'm so angry about the changes in Springfield in recent. I can't believe these Haitian immigrants would come here and fill jobs that local Springfield residents would not or could not do. And now they've raised the average city wage for both Springfield and Clark County. They're paying income tax to the city that the city desperately needs for services like police and fire. They're making some of the local losers look bad by their example. It's unbelievable. The Haitian immigrants are working.
Okay, I mean, this is veering on shaming people for being poor, which it's not the point, right? The point that she's trying to make is that the normal attacks on immigrants are that they are not working, that they are lazy, that they are this, that they are that, and the the Haitians in Springfield under the temporary protected status are anything but that, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Overtime to save up money to buy up all the dilapidated, condemned, and boarded up homes in Springfield, then fixing those houses up to make them livable again. This is raising property values across the city and county to the point where the valuation of all real estate in the city surpassed $1 billion last year for the first time ever. This in turn increases the property taxes paid to Clark County for those homes that are now no longer boarded up nuisances. How awful. I can't believe they're helping to fund our government and beautify our neighborhoods. These Haitian immigrants are now spending money in our community to where new restaurants and retail spaces keep opening up across the city. And not just businesses run by Haitians. What absolute madness. Now we have new businesses in town generating more tax revenue for our city and county? I have a good paying job with great benefits. I don't need SNAP or TAMP, but because I have main character syndrome and the entire world should revolve around me, I want the exorbitant benefits that some of these Haitian immigrants get, which is $292 for SNAP, AKA food stamps, and $363 in cash per month for a single adult. Everyone knows that $655 per month lets you live like a millionaire in Springfield. I don't need it, but I want it before anyone else, because why should we help folks who have legally come to our country, but they have to wait for their work permit so they don't starve, feeding the hungry in our community? This is lunacy. As the senator from the great state of Ohio, JD Vance, said back in 2021, childless cat ladies are ruining America. As a childless cat lady, I take my duty to ruin America very seriously. I do this by simply choosing to live my life differently than JD Vance's personal religious beliefs would dictate me to do. Mayor Rue, Commissioners Estrop, Brown, Houston, and Tackett, I hope you sit up there and think about what you've done. Because of your support of the Haitian community and the rest of Springfield and Clark County, how am I supposed to ruin America if I can't even ruin Springfield first? I am so disappointed in you. Thank you.
The problems going on in our city today and as the last 4 years, I'm getting tired of people portraying white people as being racist and told that we hate black people.
I'm sorry, somebody search his tattoos. Like, I don't know. This guy actually does vibe like he might be in a hate group. I don't have any evidence of that, but
thing right now, they're trying to misconstrue things here, and the Haitian people are trying to act like they're African Americans that have been here and born and raised here. They're trying to portray themselves as a black American. They're not black Americans. And I want to know why are these people being coddled and giving us a beautiful life, a life better than I live, off my tax dollars? What's going on with that? And there's a couple of rumors I want to know about Haitians buying guns. Why do they need guns? What are they scared of? Man, they're getting the red carpet treatment, man. We are second-class citizens. The citizens that were born here, we become second class to a bunch of people that don't even belong here. A bunch of chaos has come to our city because of the immigrant situation. We took on a problem from a third world country that is not our problem. Why don't these people go home and fight for their own country they seem so proud of? And then they want to turn around and start hating on us and calling us racist?
that's their great crime. You gotta love it when somebody's more concerned with the harm that could come from somebody being called a racist, from them being called a racist, than they are with the effects of said racism, right? Like, you haven't even called this person racist yet, but you said something which in their mind implies that they might be racist, and now they're the victim. Now they're the victim, right? Not the people that there's like a literal moral panic over, not the people that are being turned into folk devils right before your eyes. No, it's this guy. It's this guy because somebody implied that he might be a racist. He's the victim.
There's something really wrong with that picture.
Every time a citizen got up here and had a concern, oh no, pushback, that's racist, that's xenophobic, when in fact you weren't listening to what was said underneath. We didn't have to come to this point. We didn't have to come to this circus. But yet, the city commission and someone decided that race needed to be the issue. I cite 2 documents by the city, which state specifically, one of them
yelling into the microphone, right?
On a slide that they presented, the challenges in Springfield, and they cite 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course at the bottom, racism. In black and white. That's what you thought of us and our concerns. The City of Springfield Immigration Facts on Facebook. Very nice document until you get to the bottom. What are the challenges we face as a community? Same language as this, and it says the challenges are intolerance and racism. You never gave us an opportunity to come to the table. The only opportunity we had was to participate in a discussion on racism and discrimination by the NAACP. I was there. I went to the second one.
I was like, when are we going to get to be racist, though? Where's the one where we get to be racist?
Ideas. And how was I treated?
Ideas. They might be racist ideas, but they were ideas. It was a concept of a plan, a very racist plan.
I was verbally assaulted. I want my 4 weeks back.
Was it by Antifa?
I had great ideas. The one woman before me had the same ideas that I did. She presented the same thing. She was not treated the way I was. Do you know why she wasn't treated the way I was? It was the color of our skin.
You were discriminated against because you were white. Oh my God.
Gotta say right off the bat, I'm sorry I didn't wear my Trump shirt tonight.
I'm sorry you didn't wear your Trump shirt too. Yeah.
There's 2 things I want to talk about. Number 1.
You could at least wear a Trump hat.
I am sick and tired of being called racist and hateful, and just because
Then maybe stop being racist and hateful.
I am not for this influx of 20,000.
Just because I'm racist and hateful doesn't mean you have to call me racist and hateful. I'm sick and tired. Sick and tired.
Hater or all the other names that
Hater status, yes. Yes, hater status, yes.
You talk about us being haters and things. What are you doing to us?
When reports of Haitians eating pet.
Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. So you can't criticize racism because what's bad with racism is that it's hateful. And if you're hateful of that which is hateful, that makes you hateful. And you can't do that.
That's first went viral on social media.
That graphic tee is tragic, kinda.
That's when I thought, yes, it is important to get your news from actual.
Oh no, is this a fucking ground news? Okay, well we ran into the ad read, but that's Walter Masterson. If you want to watch the rest of this, you can watch it on Walter's channel. You can check out the generous offer for ground news, whatever the hell that is. And now I'm trying to think. Let's take a look at this really quick. I got some Boebert for you. Are you game for that? Look, I should be going right to the Alan Dershowitz debate, which is the whole reason that we're gathered here in the first place. The whole reason that we're gathered here in the first place is because of that. But we're going to watch that, and then we're going to get some bonus content. And I'm guessing it's Sam Seder, but if you've donated, make sure to let me know in the chat where you want, which of these topics you want to see next, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, right? Whether it is, what do we have tonight again? Oh my gosh, chat. Cute kittens, cute cats. Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbara. Sam Seder debates a Lonerbox fan, or classic Michael Brooks. Those are our options. You can also say Vox Populi, which is incredibly popular tonight. Vox, in fact, I this is why I'm predicting Sam Seder has got to. Sam Seder is way ahead. I'll check. I'll see exactly how far ahead in just a bit, but yeah, make sure that if you haven't let me know already what the topic of your choice is, to let me know that, regardless of what kind of donation, it all counts. So just let me know in chat.
Take a look at this Haitian group in Ohio filing criminal complaint charges against Trump and JD Vance.
Oh wait, there we go. We're trying to watch Boebert. So what's going on with Boebert?
Trump's rally in Aurora, Colorado.
Oh no, of course he had one at Aurora. So what has he done in the past week or so? He did one at Butler, his return to Butler. He's done, did he do one in Springfield? Did that happen yet? But yeah, now is in Aurora to try to make the most of the legend of the Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, which supposedly taken over all the apartment complexes over there.
Lauren Boebert.
She was offered a tour, sushi, and pokers with the boys.
Representative from Colorado decided she would take,
I just call her Beetlejuice,
her time slot that she was allocated to speak in front of this crowd to try out some new material, to see if this
Ground News marks Hassan as an equivalent to Alex Jones. That's beautiful.
whole Congress thing doesn't work out, if she should get into stand-up comedy. And you'll be the judge of how that went. She tries out her best jokes on this crowd. And here's the first clip, then we'll discuss further.
Now, I was going to kick things off with a joke, but then I realized why bother, because Kamala Harris has already beat me to it by running in this race. Kamala is literally the punchline trying to run our country.
Wait, what did she just say? I don't get it.
Why bother, because Kamala Harris has already beat me to it by running in this race.
Excuse me?
Things off with a joke, but then I realized why bother, because Kamala Harris has already beat me to it by running in this race.
Okay, so if you can't understand what she's saying in this convoluted attempt at a joke, I think she's saying that Kamala Harris running for president is a joke. That's the joke. Please laugh. Please. Please. Please laugh.
Kamala is literally the punchline trying to run our country.
Look, I've got some comments on that, okay?
She does.
Look, I might be no comment check, but I feel like I should comment. What do I have to say about that though? That's the question. The first thing that comes to mind is like this, right? It may not be summer, but those crickets are still out, right? Also, knee slapper and just look, all the default sounds for Discord. How about that? Oh, I could have used the duck for the last segment. Aw.
Humor. So good. By the way, before playing more clips, make sure you've clicked that subscribe button. If you haven't already, we're racing towards 1 million subscribers. You know, I think that Lauren Boebert, every time I see her speak in front of a crowd, she really does give off the vibes of someone who thinks she's so funny, so likable, and has the best charisma of anyone. And I can only assume that as Trump was backstage preparing to go on listening to her bombing on stage. He regretted letting her speak. Then here's this.
We've got a big decision coming up November 5th. It's like one of those choose your own adventure novels. Except in this one, your options are a booming economy with prosperity and freedom under President Trump, or watching our country fall apart and be handed over to tyrants and dictators by Kamala Harris faster than Hunter Biden trying to scurry out of a laptop repair shop.
I thought you were going to say faster than Hunter Biden when he's jerking it or something like that. I thought the joke was going to be that he's, you know, a Minuteman of sorts, right? But no, it's Hunter Biden scurrying out of the laptop shop after getting his laptop fixed.
You know, I do not think highly of Marjorie Taylor Greene, shockingly, okay? But at least when she goes out on stage...
Can we trigger sounds with Nightbot? No, but that's a good idea.
She just screams about the normal things that MAGA's upset about.
I do need to redesign the sound on all the stream alerts.
In a way that seems to...
Yeah, something about his crack deal. Yeah, when he wants to get crack, maybe.
Reason to resonate with the crowd. At least she gives the crowd what they want.
Why did he run out of the laptop shop? I don't know, because they're going to see his sex videos on the laptop.
Lauren Boebert here? The crowd doesn't seem...
Isn't it mostly him?
Than this.
And don't...
All right, chat, are we good? I need to figure this out. Are we good? All right. Are we good on multiple streams? Are we good on Twitch? Let me know in the comments. I don't see any Fs in chat. That's a very good sign. But Lady Badash says, faster than Boebert gets kicked out of the theater. Oh, nice. I like that. Why did she give it the choose your own adventure setup? That's so weird. She just wanted to... I guess she's trying to relate to a certain generation there. Is that right? Like it's a generational thing? Like I think choose your own adventures are like a Gen X thing. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm just making sure. I thought we had a...
Don't even get me started on...
technical difficulty there, but we're good. We hiccuped.
Kamala. This woman is about as useful as a screen door.
Oh my god.
On a submarine, you're literally going to the bad guy from Back to the Future's joke. That's the joke that you're gonna... Oh wait, but wasn't the joke that he didn't tell it right? He said like a sliding door on a submarine, or I don't know.
Gosh, these jokes.
No, screen door on a battleship.
I forgot that this is another joke. Why is she doing a set? Take your hot 15 down to an open mic night, Lauren.
And don't even get me started on cackling Kamala. This woman is about as useful as a screen door.
Wait, Kaplan Kamala? What? Excuse me? Isn't it supposed to be Kami Kamala, or like we're better on Twitch than Boebert is on the stage? Nice.
On a submarine.
Yo, she fucking ate with that. She thinks she ate. Look at that look. She's like, I'm fucking comedy master. Hell yeah. No, dude, she's so proud of herself. She tells the worst fucking dad joke in the world. And she is flexing so damn hard. I'm sorry, Shane Gillis, watch out. She's coming for you.
Submarine. Okay. Her name's Kamala. Okay, can we make this agreement? If Trump wins, what's a promise I can keep on this? If
you'll buy me a submarine, and then I'll put a screen door on it, and we'll see how it works out.
Trump wins, I will not make fun of his makeup more than 3 times a day, okay? If Kamala wins, you say her name correctly. Deal? How's that sound? Then this.
Back. President Trump is here to defund the weaponized federal agencies. I am here to stand strong for you, and our Colorado needs to be your voice.
This whole vibe, by the way, I don't have it pulled up, but Jane, can you split the screen this? Do you see this face right here? I guess these are supposed gang members.
Oh, Tren de Aragua, yeah.
For undocumented immigrants. What a weird event. Lauren Boebert doing a stand-up routine. Crowd semi into.
But the thing is, she could say funny stuff. All she has to do is refer. If she ever says, like, I'll have to. Like, I've got so many people asking me for running for offices that I've got to beat them off with a stick. Or like say something about vaping. Like I don't know. Like there's so many. All she have to do is say Beetlejuice 3 times, and that in and of itself would be a joke, right? She could have a career in comedy. Is what I'm saying.
And just photos of undocumented immigrants on ginormous posters next to them. It's all weird.
She thinks she ate, but the host never sat her down.
The whole set is supposed to go, you're gonna be killed if you don't vote for Trump. You're in danger. But then it's strangely juxtaposed against Lauren Boebert going, I got a couple of jokes up my sleeve, see? And it all just...
My favorite is how her eyebrows, right? The thing she does with her eyebrows when she thinks she just killed.
Fit. Again, I don't know why I chose that accent. I guess I don't have a Lauren Boebert stored up in the old noggin. Oh, by the way, she's saying she wants to defund federal agencies. She's specifically obsessed with the FBI. Let me see if I can pull this up. Remember what Trump said about defunding the police.
And anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States.
And someone advocating on his behalf is saying that Trump will defund federal law enforcement, federal police. Bye-bye under Trump, according to Lauren Boebert. Then she lies about the federal government's hurricane response.
They do have more money than you after your take-home pay under Bidenomics with their glowing $750 checks if they really need it. What an insult.
It is an insult that you're insulting people's intelligence with lies, because it's not just $750 that are given. Then this.
In Colorado, we don't need Kyle Clark at 9 News to tell us what's happening in our own backyard. Our backyard's looking like an episode of Narcos.
I haven't watched the show. Anybody want to tell me about Narcos?
The crowd didn't quite resonate with that one either. One other moment from this speech that I missed when we covered Trump's part of it.
On day 1 of the Trump Organization, when I founded it, it was nice, but now it's great. But I want to get back to the Trump administration because the Trump administration is going to do things.
Wait.
So when you get the Trump Organization and the Trump administration and we start to have these two things work together, we can do great things. We can do amazing things. No, he's already doing amazing corrupt things without the Trump administration, right? For instance, in Oklahoma, they have mandated that every classroom have a Bible in it. All right. Every classroom needs a Bible. So much for church and state with this Supreme Court, I guess. But not just any Bible. They need a Bible that's got the Pledge of Allegiance in it. They need a Bible that's bound in leather or a leather-like material. In other words, they have specified in their requisition for Bible the type of Bible they need. stipulations that would seem to have them paying $60 for each Bible to get the Trump Bible. So in other words, the state of Oklahoma is so corrupt that they are preparing to put money in Trump's pocket by buying $60 Bibles, right? A Bible, if you don't know, is something that most Christian organizations are willing to give away for free. They don't tend to cost very much because the, Christian church wants people to read them. But no, we're going to pay $60 for Trump's shit. It's weird. It kind of reminds me of like the book. If you've ever been familiar with like Mormonism, like in Christianity, there's the Old Testament and the New Testament. And if you go to church, there'll be like a hymnal there. But that's about it, right? Mormonism has got a lot of books. Lot of books. And one scroll from an ancient Egyptian mummy that contains the mistranslated funeral scroll from an Egyptian mummy that the leader, the first prophet of Mormonism bought. So yeah, Mormonism's a little extra is what I'm saying, but this Trump shit, this Trump Bible, it's more than a little bit extra. I'm trying to remember what else in it. I think you got the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the lyrics and music to Proud to Be an American by Lee Greenwood. Sorry, God Bless the USA is the name of the song. Right? It's extra. It's more extra than the Mormon the Mormon holy books.
Listen to that one more time.
On day one of the Trump Organization, when I founded it...
Do you think that Trump will, if he loses, he'll just turn this into a religion straight up?
It was nice, but now it's great. But I want to get back to the Trump administration because the Trump administration is going to do things...
He's licking his chops over the kind of corruption that he can do. He's licking his chops over how much he can drain the U.S. Treasury for his own freaking Second Amendment written in red letters. Jeez.
How does he do that? Just go Trump administration. It was See, I just did it. It was administration on the teleprompter.
How about the Trump crime family?
He says organization, so then he goes, which is what I meant to say, because it used to be nice, the Trump organization, but now it's great.
Now it's running out of money, so we gotta fill up those coffers.
But I want to focus on the administration because of the Trump administration. People make mistakes. You don't have to strangely justify every verbal mishap that you experience, but Trump is having them so often that many are saying that his brain is turning to mush faster than Hunter Biden scurries away from a laptop shop.
There's a wokeness stat in metaphor.
This whole stand-up thing from Lauren Boebert reminded
I gotta play that
some time ago on stage saying this.
Left is so bad. They're so unhappy. They're so pissed off. And by the way, if you were a liberal woman and you had to sleep with those weenies, you'd be pissed too.
The weenies? Usually I don't get pissed by sleeping with a weenie. It's What is bro trying to say there?
So I guess my advice to Lauren Boebert, to Ted Cruz, is maybe stick to, for Ted Cruz, podcasting, and then I guess being a senator.
Or if there's ever a sequel to the Santa Claus, I think you might be able to replace Tim Allen in that.
Part-time. But
Are they going to do that, chat? Are they going to remake the Santa Claus with Ted Cruz?
Podcasting with him. Lauren Boebert being as useful as a screen door on a submarine in Congress.
Yeah, pissing and weenies.
You can stick to going to theaters and doing funky stuff there. But leave comedy to the comedians, okay? Because this is uncomfortable. This is very, very uncomfortable. Let me know what you thought.
Okay, so anyway, there we go. Lauren Boebert embarrassing herself. A little Ted Cruz at the end of it, everything too. Yeah, Davy, thank you for the super chat and thank you for the tip on Metaphor Refantasio. Chat, should I try playing that? I feel like I really want to play that now. All right, so we've come to the time in the evening where we raid into the main chat with the Shorts chat. So if you're watching me on Shorts, if you're watching me on Vertical, we will invite you now to come and watch the rest of the stream with us. I'm going to be talking about Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz was on Piers Morgan, and kind of amazing what happened. He actually got confronted about his connections to Epstein. So click that link if you want to join us there. The Shorts stream is going to end, but it's going to continue over on the full scale stream. I'm also on Twitch as well, so if you'd prefer, you can watch me on nocommentchick CC over there on Twitch if that's your cup of tea. But we're going to end the stream in Shorts right now, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, I gotta press the right buttons. Otherwise, I could kill the entire stream. That would be not great. But yeah, here we are. It is time for me to change. Wait, I should start pressing these buttons. Buttons are good to press, because they let me know where stuff is in the VOD if I ever get a chance to edit it. Alright, we're pressing the buttons. And I'm going to try to decide here. Soapy, thank you for the follow on Twitch. So let's, if I can... That's where I'm trying to get. Okay, so we got two possibilities here, because we have hit the sub goal already. Should we go ahead and do the Sam Seder debate? Because I'm like, I'll check again, but I'm like 99% sure that's what won, unless things have drastically changed. Sam Seder at 62%. Yo, what the fuck? 62% for Sam Seder, 19% for Cute Cats, 10% for Classic Michael Brooks, 9% for Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbro. Sam Seder it is. Sam Seder it is. So do we want to watch that? It didn't kick me over today? That sucks. I wonder why. That sucks for everybody else who didn't come along with us for the cool part of the stream. Because yeah, I feel like we're gonna do the... I could actually find this majority report. You know what? I can't even think of what this video is called. So I'm just going to have to go to MR itself. It's somewhere here. It's a Republican color debate, Sam. That's not it. I think the word Israel was in the title. There we go. Caller wants to debate Israel's genocide.
From a 732 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
All right, so yeah, like I said, I don't even have to do the math with this to know that Sam Seder has won the day.
Is this me?
Yes, it's you. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Yes, who is you?
Hi, I am Neville. I'm from New Jersey.
From where?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. I'm not familiar with it, but okay.
I have an accent. New Jersey, NJ.
Oh, okay. New Jersey. All right.
Where in New Jersey?
Do you know, like, I'm all near the central side, so you wouldn't know the area. There's like Monroe.
Oh, Monroe? Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. First, I want to preface, I greatly respect you guys, especially you, Sam and Emma. I love what you guys do, and your reporting on, like, everything is, like, perfect,
So I've gotten from people in my community, people on my Discord. By the way, join the Discord if you haven't already. They've told me that this caller is somebody from Lonerbox's community. If you don't know Lonerbox, my best frame of reference for you is Destiny, right? If you know Destiny, he is a streamer. He is nominally on the left, although most of the time he's criticizing the left, and certainly on the issue of what Israel's doing in Gaza right now, he's got like no, like it's just a full scale endorsement of Israel, right? Lonerbox might not have the exact same take as Destiny on all these issues, but it's pretty fucking close. And just like Destiny, Lonerbox is looking to punch left, and that is why his chatter here is trying to engage Sam and Emma on the battlefield of ideas. And try to argue to them that what is happening in Gaza is not a genocide, and is maybe okay, is maybe understandable, and it's just like what shit, happens in a war. So that's what's going on here. Now, I only know that this is a caller from Lonerbox's community because apparently Lonerbox himself watched this, reacted to this debate. And so, I'm assuming that this person was not told by Lonerbox to go and engage Sam and Emma in the debate. I'm assuming that it's just, that this is they like the majority report. They agree with a lot of what they have to say, but on this issue in particular, they have some major disagreement. I'm guessing that it's just, somebody that was in both audiences rather than somebody like intentionally sent or by Lonerbox. But again, I don't know.
Just want to say keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I had a question pertaining your reporting on Israel. So usually I'm fine with a lot of things you say, but I do have a slight disagreement on this issue. Well,
sure.
You can talk about whatever you want, but
Timothy Jones says Bonerbox. I mean, I have heard that nickname.
Actually, I just want to pick your brain on, like, how do you justify your characterization of the war as genocide? Because I'm really struggling on empathizing with this position, especially with how much, like, a lot of the evidence I've seen.
Well, I don't know what evidence you've seen. I mean, the way that I justify is characterizing it as genocide is...
Bree says, I didn't know this guy was connected to Lonerbox. That's what I've heard. I mean, I guess I haven't confirmed it myself, but this is what people are saying in the Discord. And again, if you've got information for me that you think would inform me, for instance, like if you had some insight on this and, where this caller came from, what their connection, if any, to Lonerbox is, the Discord's a great place to do that. So sign up if you haven't already, and you can actually you can even give me stream suggestions, right? If you want to suggest topics for me to cover on stream, a great way to do that is to put them in the channel called Stream Suggestions. You can also, talk to other people in the general chat. There's even a voice chat, so if you want to get on there and get in voice with other people on Discord, you can do that, have those conversations. Maybe don't corner people in debates. Some people don't like that, but you know, you can have fun over there on the voice chat as well. So, apparently he used some of Lonerbox's favorite arguments he likes to lean on, which incidentally are bad arguments.
Basically from scholars of genocide. And, you know, I guess we won't have this adjudicated as an international legal matter for, you know, some time. But genocide, I don't know what your understanding of genocide is, but genocide is a legal determination that can be made if there is a series of genocidal acts that have taken place. And, you know, we just know, I mean, just in this past week, we have seen that the two agencies most tasked with assessing these in the U.S. government had determined that Israel was essentially withholding international aid. We know that they've also used starvation as a weapon in this conflict. Those in themselves are genocidal acts, which constitute, which in my mind justify the use of the term genocide. When you kill, we have right now 30 medical professionals?
99 American doctors have sent a letter to the Biden administration, and they have basically determined that at minimum 118,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza, over 5% of the population there. And to add to what Sam is saying about the legal definition of genocide, in my view, there's very little ambiguity that Israel has met at least one of the 5.
And also you got to think about what the point of that definition of genocide is, right? What is the point? Like, what does it do? Why is that been codified? And, you know, if the answer should be to stop genocides from happening again, great. How do you stop them from happening again? Do you wait for all the conditions to be fulfilled and only then you have a problem with it? Or do you notice the stages as they progress and call that genocide out before more people are killed? I would hope it would be that. I would hope that would be the purpose. Otherwise, it doesn't seem to serve much of a purpose at all, right? A dictionary definition of genocide doesn't mean shit if it's not going to cause you to be aware of that possibility and to stop things before it's ever 100% satisfying every single condition in this definition. Now, you're going to get the argument that somebody said that these are some of Lonerbox's favorite arguments. You're also going to get a Destiny chestnut in here, a chestiny, right? You're going to get the, I believe it's called Dolus Specialis, which Destiny loves to weasel out of biting the bullet that he fucking supports genocide. Which if he was morally consistent, he would say with his chest. But since he's not, he likes to hide behind this idea of dolus specialis, or, you know, special intent.
Planks that would constitute genocidal acts under the legal term genocide. Killing members of the group. You already have that. To causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. 66% of the buildings in Gaza are destroyed. They've been cutting off water. There's no medical supplies. They've been cutting food. As Sam mentioned, it's now been established by U.S. organizations that they've been blocking food and medical aid. So that they've met all 3, which are all 3 genocidal actions. And then 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. The lack of medical care is a part of that. And 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. You could argue, okay, maybe Israel hasn't met that, although we do know that Israel has detained without any recourse many children under the age of 18 that are Palestinian.
I understand they fit those 5 categories, and that is a part of the genocide conventions, from my understanding. But like, to me, the important part of genocide, which is the most difficult part to prove, is the highly special intent, which is called dolus specialis. So that's like within the genocide conventions. To establish that intent would require like some form of evidence that they're intending to deliberately target civilians within each attack.
Well, wait a second. You now listen. There's never, I mean, the idea that they that they're going to sort of.
So that's like saying that we're going to make a law against bank robbery, but in order to prove bank robbery, you need a documentation of the person saying, "I intend to rob this." I don't know. That's a bad metaphor. That's a bad metaphor because you do actually have to, you know, if you're going to rob a bank, you have to say, you have to let them know you're robbing it, right? I'm trying to think of what this would be. This would be like there's no other crime where we're like, oh no, to prove this crime, we need a state. Now, and I think this is because this caller is misinterpreting the nature of dolus specialis, right? His bar for what that would be is like way too high. Absurdly high, right? Because you're imagining somebody, if they're going to commit genocide, they're going to be like, let's commit genocide. We shall do this. We shall bring about conditions that cause the, you know, inability to have children. We're going to, you know, do all the conditions that Emma described, right? That's just not something that happens in any crime, let alone in genocide.
Like, you know,
murder works, yeah, like murder or
do say statement that says we're going to deliberately do this, but we have heard over and over again the demonization. We have top Israeli officials saying that you know, the president of the country.
Yeah, you can't be charged with murder unless you say that you're gonna, unless you pull a Xander Hall.
No, I know that it's not a you know.
Excuse me, sir. I intend to rob your bank.
As operational as the prime minister, I get that, but they're saying there's no non-Hamas Palestinians. They're saying, I mean, it's so easy to go online and find an Israeli official or Israelis themselves or soldiers saying there's no innocence there. I mean, the idea that there's no evidence of intent to do harm on civilians. I mean, honestly, like,
there are hundreds of footnotes in that South Africa brief. I'm just going to describe a few of them. At the outset of the genocide, Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, called Palestinians, quote, human animals in his proclamation of a, quote, total siege. That's on October 9th. Netanyahu described Gaza as, quote, the city of evil. He talked about fighting against barbarians. He framed Israel's attack as a fight against, quote, monsters. This is not a battle not only of Israel. This is a battle not only of Israel against these barbarians. It is a battle of civilization against barbarism, he said. Now, if you want us to produce a document where Israel says we are going to commit genocide, then under that definition that you're describing, no genocide in the history of the world would be able to meet your definition. Because when people are committing genocide, they don't write on a piece of paper, I am committing genocide. So
I agree with you that the Israeli leaders, especially when you look at Ben Gvir or what's the guy's name, Smotrich, whatever, they have like borderline genocidal statements. But I feel like when we're analyzing this type of stuff, we look at an analysis of the military policy rather than just inflammatory statements.
Well, we know. Okay, I mean, how about 2,000-pound bombs? Like, there's no like a military doctrine coming from this country would be, aside from the fact that we're selling them to Israel, you don't drop 2,000-pound bombs in such densely populated areas. You certainly don't need a 2,000-pound bomb for tents on a beach, right? I mean, listen, here's the thing. I think getting
you can target it.
We have a system that's going to be adjudicating this, right? And the idea that we are not past a rhetorical use of the...
Gorpsink is pointing out that Plan Dalais fits the description of such a document. Yeah, in terms of... Gorpsink's referring to the document associated with the Nakba in 48.
The term genocide, to me, is really just a way for people who want...
So it definitely I mean, I guess you could say that this is like mens rea for, ethnic cleansing at the very least.
Justify the absolute inhumanity.
But yeah, I feel like the caller is just misunderstanding the bar for dolus specialis
and barbarism that is being unleashed by
and not understanding some examples of things that have been used to confirm this in the past, right? Such as legislation,
the Israeli government,
official statements from government officials, right? And they don't have to be straight up, we are going to do a genocide on those people over there right now. Like, right, that is not the bar that has to be met. That's an absurd bar. That's what Emma's pointing out.
On Palestinians, both in Gaza,
It's not French. It's a Dalet. Plan Dalet. Seriously, it's not. Yeah, you're right. British mandate Palestine, French mandate Lebanon.
Gaza and the West Bank. To me, it's a distraction.
Okay. So on the 2,000-pound bomb point, just because it's a massive weapon doesn't just necessarily mean it's genocidal. You can target those bombs.
You can target those 2,000 bombs really precisely.
You're asking. I mentioned that because you're asking for some type of intent that shows that they're intending to do harm on civilians. I'm sorry, this is just absurd. The standard in which you're talking about is just absurd. I mean, no one. You certainly wouldn't say that, like, because Mossad is located in the middle of Tel Aviv, that there's, that the civilians are irrelevant. I mean, this type of parsing is absurd. It's absurd.
Civilians are part of.
It's totally normal for debate bros, though. This is just like how DGG lives its life.
Proportionality calculations. Just because it's a 2,000-pound.
Excuse me, we're in Khmer Rouge territory now. We're in Khmer Rouge.
Like, I swear to God, it's a fucking cult of pseudo-intellectual butthole. Like, I saw Destiny. I've seen Destiny struggle to pronounce things that any academic would have, like, no problem with, right? The fucking phony-ass pseudo-intellectual airs that they put on, right? The superiority that they fucking flex. Despite the fact that, just like with Vosh, the fish rots from the head down. And that is one pseudo-intellectual fish that thinks way too highly of its own mastery of knowledge. And really, when you learn things just to own people in a debate, just to be able to pull out facts like ammunition, you shouldn't be surprised that your knowledge is superficial and that it takes a guy like Norm Finkelstein, as problematic of a figure as he is, it takes a guy like Norm Finkelstein to properly dress you down and give you the lack of respect that you deserve, right? Norm is like the only person I've seen do that.
Territory now. We're in, Pol Pot territory in terms of like
not a gay fesh. Wait, did I say gay fesh?
The amount of civilians.
We're not talking about gay fesh here, are we?
That are being killed. Now, you may deny the report from these 100 or so U.S. Doctors.
I'm pretty sure fish rotted from the guts outwards. Really, I think it's the head, because the brain is really, if it's Destiny, it's the brain is all rotten and fishy.
You may deny, because there's no way to assess this right now in any type of legitimate way. But we're in territory of like some of the greatest monsters in the history of the world.
And we don't mean the Wolfman and Dracula. Like, right, we mean actual scary monsters.
And so, like, to parse it in this way, honestly, dude, seriously, like, if you
like Skrillex
want to believe it's not genocide, you can have at it. We have this is being adjudicated by the international court. and that's where it's going to end up. But the idea that that the issue is that it's a problem when people refer to what's going on there as a genocide without the force of legal, like
notice a pattern. People that feel like someone being called racist is a bigger problem than somebody being victimized by racism. Like, it's just a pattern that you see time after time, right? And it is a hallmark of debate bro culture.
Like, I don't have the force of legality to it. The parsing that's going on here, you got to look at yourself and say, like, why?
Wait, Dracula's Unk status?
Why do I have to get this? Why am I splitting hairs so surgically to try and claim that this isn't genocide? Okay, let me ask you, let me put it this.
What did Norm do to be problematic? That's not the point right now. That's not the point. But we'll get to Norm at some other point.
What if it's not genocide?
What about it? What if it's
not? Norm is definitely a complicated historical figure, to say the least.
Genocide. You have such an issue with the term genocide. What if it's not genocide? Then what?
And I don't know what you expect me to say. It's a good thing.
I'm asking you. You characterize it. It's not genocide. What is it?
They just killed 5.4% of the population, and it's
What
not
do you
genocide.
call that?
What would
do you
that
call
be?
that? Is that just war?
It's your average battle in an urban area, bro.
It's your average battle in an urban area. It's totally fucking normal. It's totally normal. It's totally acceptable. It's the cost of doing business.
Human shielding, using civilian clothes, using
Excuse me.
vehicles,
Excuse me. Why does Israel put their
haven't-
Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv? Are they shielding? Is that human shields? Human shields, right? Human shields.
Area, that's a street
So it's
away.
okay for Iran to bomb the hell out of Tel Aviv because we know for a fact that Mossad is headquartered there. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
The IHL is very specific about these things. You do proportionality calculations, distinction calculations, and you do.
See, this is the point. This is the point. This is why. This is why I think the whole genocide thing is.
He's like reading off the DGG catechism there.
That's bullshit. Because as soon as I tell you, let's put that aside, this is what we get. It's
the human shield thing makes me ill. Yeah.
It's barbaric. It is inhumane. It is a war crime. It is a contravention to all human rights. It is disproportionate. It is not even remotely close to some type of symmetrical battle. It is completely being waged because of
So just to recap, all right, the point of what Sam's saying here is that his problem with this caller is not their refusal to acknowledge what he sees as a genocide to be a genocide. The problem with this caller, the problem with this viewpoint, is that whatever you fucking want to call that, they can't condemn it. They can't condemn it. They are normalizing it. They are accepting it. They are excusing it, right? That's the problem. Right, so you know, definitions be damned. This cannot continue. This cannot be normalized, and this should not be enabled or excused by these absolute garbage communities with pseudo-intellectual charlatans at their head.
A sociopathic leader who is sitting atop a country that is trying to, justify its expansion in some areas. I mean, you're sending a bomb to the West Bank. Give me a break. I'm done with this conversation.
I mean,
12 minutes, and I fell for your bullshit.
You fell for the debate bro shit. Yes.
The word genocide, which was just simply cover to hide, the idea you're going to spend 12 minutes with me.
That's the worst ability that the debate bros have is to fucking waste your time like this
on something that's being adjudicated by a court because you don't want to have to address the actual reality, the actual inhumanity that's going on there. That's what that argument is about.
To run you around in circles because they have no intellectual consistency.
That's why I don't really care about the term genocide, because I don't care what you want to call it. However you want to parse that, what's going on there is completely inhumane. It is a war crime on a daily basis.
Well, and he doesn't. The problem is like we laid out the planks and of what constitute genocidal acts. We lay out the intent. We lay out the numbers in terms of 5.4% of a population being erased in less than a year in Gaza.
And the sad thing is, like, and I hate to recap this because it feels like so 6 months ago, right? But if you take Destiny's statements about Israel and Gaza now, and you take Destiny's statements from those famous debates that happened around, I don't know, 2019, 2020, 2021, like those, the stuff that Destiny popped off for, right? You can actually construct a pretty good debate of Destiny versus Destiny, right? These viewpoints that he's advancing now are viewpoints that he's already debunked. That's it kind of reminds me of Anna, to be honest, right? I know he doesn't want to think of himself as being the kind of scumbag grifter that Anna is, but
there's no world in which that is not genocide. I like using the term because I think it democratizes it and it makes people understand what state extermination really does look like and what we are complicit in. But when you scratch the surface, as you're saying, he says, oh, this is warfare in urban areas. We just have a total freak out. I mean, again, like if you flip the situation and it's Tel Aviv as opposed to Gaza City or Khan Yunis, you know what the reaction would be. And when you say average, what do you mean average? This is so disproportionate that it's breaking historical records. There's no average for urban.
It's like
in terms of combatants versus the when you just it's just
they're like, what do you call that? And the caller's like, I call that a Tuesday. What? It's just your average urban warfare situation. It's just another day at the office of.
You're looking for justification for you to be able to sleep at night.
Building a better Middle East.
I'm not going to give that to you.
The idea that people need to bring up like Hiroshima or Dresden is extremely telling, because the idea that Hamas equals the Axis military machine in World War II is just absurd. This is, this is like these are the things that they have to cite. When you have to cite Dresden to justify like this conflict, you know you've got a problem.
And anything that would cause you to classify an organization like Hamas along with the Nazis would have to be applied to Israel as well. And if it were, I mean, as far as expressing the intent to eliminate Palestinians, that has happened, right?
Folks, that's the look, we take calls randomly. And honestly, like that is why.
But yeah, I for one don't think that a militant group's like statement of purpose should be used as an excuse to exterminate people from an area, to ethnically cleanse them and push them out and destroy civic life, destroy graveyards, hospitals, schools, everything in that area, to try to purge that area of the people that live there. It's just
I don't get hung up on the word genocide because it is a total bullshit distraction that is used by, because
but Sam, if we were to use another word, they would deny that too. So it doesn't really matter.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's why it's like, I mean,
they're just looking for an out. They're looking for a moral out. They're looking for the quickest thing that excuses the inexcusable, right? And they're using inductive logic to get there.
90 seconds into that conversation, what would you call it? Oh, I just call it normal. There's like, if it's not genocide, it's just normal.
Yeah.
That's basically what the caller's arguing.
Bloodthirsty pedantry disguised as nuance.
Yeah. Hey, folks, don't forget.
I almost want to show you like Cenk Uygur's like plea for Wait, this one's just like, what is he?
Hit the subscribe button.
Oh, he's just saying like and subscribe. Right. I want to compare this. Right. Sam's, this is coming at the end of the video. To Jinx. Have you ever seen on TYT videos these days? Right. You'll be watching a TYT video and like, I don't know, 3 minutes into the video, Jinx is like, hey, don't click away. Don't click away. Listen, TYT needs your support if we want to continue to be the home of the progressives. We're running out of money. You need to pay us right now. Like, right. It's this weird, call to action that happens like in the first 3 minutes of TYT's videos versus Sam Seder's goofy, I'm going to pop up from behind the desk and ask you to like and subscribe. All right. Well, so we've got, that's your bonus content for today. Now, chat, the reason I did this before covering the Alan Dershowitz versus Mohamed Hijab debate is that some people have expressed concern about, like, they donate because they want to support the stream, but they also want to get the bonus content. They donate for the bonus content, and then it doesn't come until like super late at night and they're already in bed. So I'm trying to give you the bonus content kind of closer to when the goal gets hit. So we hit the goal early tonight. That means also there's the possibility of hitting it multiple times and doing multiple, bonus contents. If that happens, it happens. We've had that happen once, right? And it is kind of nice because it does let me get two topics done in one night. But we're going to go to the Piers Morgan, Mohamed Hijab, and Alan Dershowitz debate, which I don't know how this happened. Right? It does seem like Dershowitz and Piers Morgan are friends. It seems like Piers has him on a lot. I don't know how Mohamed Hijab got this, like, it's not exactly a one-on-one, it's more like a one-on-two, because Piers Morgan is very much defending Alan Dershowitz throughout this. I mean, you'll have to see for yourself. Let's get to that now. What am I doing?
At Donald Trump's rally in...
It's somewhere here. Here we go.
What I'd like this to be is a civilized debate between two people with very strong opinions about this.
Wait, Infrared Haas uses gorilla emojis? Wait, is Haas relevant? Oh my god, I do have to talk about Haas.
Suffering, wherever we see death and destruction, assault, sexual assault, we see Dershowitz to the rescue. The former defense attorney of Jeffrey Epstein.
Mohamed, attacking a lawyer
Yes.
for defending people is a stupid argument.
You're not looking at me when I'm speaking to you.
What's this got to do with Israel?
This shows you the bias in the coverage.
You're talking complete bullshit. You
should be arrested without charge
if you're held for a security reason. Pathetic. I'll tell you what, let me ask the question.
Sure, go ahead.
And you guys try and debate.
Is that the gorilla mindset dude? No, you're thinking of Mike Cernovich. Right, Mike Cernovich is the gorilla mindset guy. Also the guy that got Sam Seder temporarily fired from MSNBC way back in the day. That's Mike Cernovich. This is Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz was an attorney for Jeffrey Epstein, for Bill Clinton, for O.J. Simpson, for a lot of not so great people.
Why is this uncomfortable?
It's nothing to do with the debate.
Good info.
Why are you doing this, Mohamed?
Why not?
Because it's pointless. Well, if you didn't want to do a debate, don't agree to do it.
What's wrong with you? Why are you not looking at me again? You're crying. Are you crying?
No tears in my eyes. Is there any point in continuing this? The events of the past year have shattered stability in the Middle East. Israel's war on Hamas, provoked by the atrocities of October the 7th, have led to the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians. Prime Minister Netanyahu promised total victory and the complete destruction of Hamas. But 1 year on, Hamas is still firing rockets at Tel Aviv. 1 year on, 97 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. Very clearly, Israel's not fulfilled its stated aims in this war, and it continues to add new ones. It's now at war in Lebanon and on the precipice of a direct conflict with Iran. It has no plausible exit strategy in Gaza, where millions live in grief and under occupation. But it has, without question, decimated Iran's client militias. Hezbollah, the jewel in Iran's crown, has been decapitated. The question is whether that makes the Middle East and the world a safer or a more dangerous place. Can it really be said that Israel is winning this war? How big will this war get? And how much collateral damage and suffering can the world tolerate before enough is enough? This debate will examine the legality, the morality, and the sustainability of the conflicts in the Middle East. Joining me are two of our most passionate advocates for their cause: the Muslim philosopher, scholar, and YouTuber Mohamed Hijab, and the lawyer and...
So in my estimation, what Pierce wants here is a shit show. Pierce wants like a knockdown, drag-out fight. He wants the screaming. He wants the noise. He wants the disrespect. But I guess what he doesn't want is the character deconstruction that Dershowitz is about to get. Because Dershowitz is one of his main guys. Like, he brings Dersh on a lot. And he needs to keep Dersh viable.
Author Alan Dershowitz. Well, welcome to both of you. Mohamed, you've been on twice before, Alan many times.
Yeah, was that a thing people said, that Hezbollah was the jewel in Iran's crown? Yeah, where exactly did he get that? Good question.
What I'd like this to be is a civilized debate between two people with very strong opinions about this, obviously very different opinions, where we try and reach...
Oh, yeah, good catch, Ceres. He was also one of Donald Trump's lawyers at the impeachment trial.
Points of agreement. Because so often with these debates, that seems almost impossible. It descends into a shouting match, everyone gets ad hominem, everyone digs ever deeper into their trench, their tribe, and we don't...
Wait, what's this? Jay-Z and Beyonce got Pierce to censor his show?
Constructive out of it. I think you guys are smart enough to potentially, through spirited and passionate debate, agree about some stuff. And that is surely the first basis for how any of this eventually gets resolved. So let's hope for the best. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best, as they say. Alan Dershowitz, let me start with you.
Who says that?
Israel, it seems to me, in the last 3 weeks, have massively ramped up their military offensive in a way that says to me that Prime Minister Netanyahu and his cabinet sense an opportunity to completely, in their eyes, sort out the Middle East problem once and for all, with Iran at the center of that problem. Is that how you see this?
Yes, I do. I see Iran as the head of the octopus sending out its tentacles through the...
Okay, now the irony is that the octopus is a pretty classic anti-Semitic symbol, right? Will often be used to illustrate the supposed influence of Jewish people on the world, right? It's a trope. So it's just ironic that that's the symbol, that's the image, that's the metaphor that he chooses to describe Iran.
Through Hamas, through Hezbollah, the tragedy as we celebrate's a bad word, commemorate.
Ooh, it is a bad word. And the fact that that's the word that comes out of your mouth naturally. This man is an attorney, all right? He's not somebody that shoots from the hip. He's not somebody who doesn't consider his words and yet celebrate. But it is. It's a sick thing, but it feels like there is a certain degree of celebration. There is a certain degree to which this event is taking, forward as a pretext to unlimited suffering being caused in Gaza and now in Lebanon and who knows where next.
October 7th is that if Sinwar and Hamas had the opportunity to do it again, knowing everything that followed, knowing all the deaths and disasters in Gaza and in Lebanon, I think Hamas would do it again, would do October 7th again, because they think they've won. They've turned college and university students against Israel.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to correct you. Israel has turned college and university students against them.
They have solidified the United Nations opposition.
Israel has turned anyone with a conscience against them.
To Israel. They've divided Americans, particularly the Republican administrations in the past, from the current Democratic administration. So Hamas cannot be...
Wait, what did he just say?
Americans, university students against Israel. They have solidified the United Nations opposition to Israel. They've divided Americans, particularly the Republican administrations in the past, from the current Democratic administration. So
what is he saying? Because what I see is a Democratic administration willing to let Israel do whatever.
Hamas cannot be allowed to have a victory on growing out of October 7th anymore.
And a Republican administration, a wannabe Republican administration, saying that Israel needs to finish the job, complete the ethnic cleansing.
More than ISIS should have been allowed to have a victory going out of 9/11. So I think the answer is...
What? ISIS 9/11? What is he talking about? Is he just mixed up? Is this boomerang? What's going on here? What is even going on here? Is he mixing up ISIS with Al Qaeda? Is that what his problem is?
Yes, a military defeat.
Ironically, unironically.
For Iran and its surrogates, and a peace process between Israel and Saudi Arabia with steps.
Dershowitz said he can in good conscience vote for Biden because they aren't doing enough for Israel. Yes, he is a clown.
Taken toward the recognition of a two-state solution, which is the only reasonable solution that will...
The solution that Netanyahu has bragged about having prevented, that solution that's been pushed off the fucking table, that solution?
Solve the problem. But remember that October 7th was stimulated by the desire to prevent Israel and Saudi Arabia from creating a peace process following up from the Abraham Accords. And unless that peace process continues, and unless Hamas is told, no, you failed, the world will not reward you for this, we're just going to see a continuation of the bloodshed in the Middle East, which does not serve the interests of the Palestinians nor the Israeli people.
Okay, Mohamed, Hijab, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that wherever we see suffering, wherever we see death and destruction, especially of young people.
The Abraham Accords, yeah, were a joke. Well, we're a big part of the reason that the situation in the Middle East is the way it is right now, right? I would say a big, causative factor in October 7th.
Assault, sexual assault. We see Dershowitz to the rescue, the former defense attorney of Jeffrey Epstein, a man himself accused
I
of
knew
rape.
we would get to that. I
didn't give you permission to interrupt me. I didn't give you permission to interrupt me. I stayed quiet when you were talking.
Okay, here's what I would say.
I stayed quiet when you were talking.
Hang on. Here's what I would say.
To the merits.
I didn't give you permission.
Listen, Mohamed, attacking a lawyer for defending people is a stupid argument.
Well,
right?
I'm not making an argument yet.
Well, you're just using...
I would be talking about his friendship. I would be talking about his association. I would be, the lawyer thing, the lawyer can say, well, everybody deserves representation. I'm just fulfilling my constitutional duty to make sure that, everybody has their right to due process, right? Even if they're a monster. But obviously, Dershowitz did not think that Epstein was a monster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been, so close to the guy.
I'm not making an
argument. I'm going to attack straight off the top.
Has he got leverage on you? Is that
no, he's a brilliant lawyer.
You saw your picture with Maxwell. He's got leverage on you.
He's a brilliant lawyer.
Are you saying that because he's got leverage on you?
I met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes at a book launch.
You look very happy with her.
Well, I didn't know anything about her at the time, other than she was the daughter of the man that
We're talking about the biggest...
Now, what's the deal with her husband? I can't remember. Sorry, not husband, father. Ghislaine Maxwell's father. What did he die with under mysterious circumstances? Is that the? I'm trying to remember.
Sexual scandal in the last 100
I
years.
never met Jeffrey Epstein or ever knew him. Alan Dershowitz was wrongly accused of various things in relation to Jeffrey Epstein.
How do you know it's wrongly?
Because they've all been...
Why are you defending him?
They all turned out to be nonsense. He won a court case about it.
Why are you not looking at me when I'm speaking to you?
Well,
Well, I mean, that's one view of things, and the other view of things is he intimidated his accuser out of the accusation via, legal intimidation, right? He was Mossad. He drowned.
I can turn to you, but there are three of us involved in this.
Yeah, you're speaking to me, so
okay, let me make things clear. Yeah. I never met Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. I met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you look very happy in that picture.
Okay, if you want to use that as an ad hominem attack
but why
on me,
why are you defending him?
Hang on. A picture taken in 2013.
He spoke for 3 minutes, I spoke for 20 seconds.
I'm defending him because your first attack on him is to attack him as a lawyer because he defends bad people.
That's fine.
Here's a little secret for you, man.
The thing is, it's like being friends with Diddy, or it's like being friends with somebody who's friends with Diddy. Do you know what I mean? You know that in that world, there's a lot of leverage being utilized, right? So when somebody defends, like if you were talking about Diddy and somebody's like, oh, well, there's no proof that Diddy did any of this, and, this could have all been, you start to wonder, what has he got on you?
All lawyers do that.
No, but hold on. We're not talking about bad people. We're talking about, excuse me. You've had enough. You've had enough speaking. I'm talking about a person who, after the fact, said that he was proud to defend him after the allegations come out. You still want to? Do you condemn Dershowitz?
For what?
For defending Epstein.
I have defended.
And being proud of defending Epstein.
Some of the best.
It's not for me to defend him
for that.
Some of the best people in the world.
Okay, Alan, you defend yourself.
No, why should he defend himself? I haven't even spoken for 20 seconds.
Alan can defend himself.
Well, let me speak for more than 20 seconds. I haven't even made my point yet.
I helped to defend Bill Clinton. I've helped to defend some of the finest people in the world, and I've also helped to defend some of the worst.
Defended.
Wait. There's some allegations against John Lennon that you would hope that he wasn't involved in the defense of. What do you think he's talking about? Yeah, so he has had a long and storied career, and he was perceived, at least at one point, as being on the political left. I'm trying to remember, chat. Was he involved in the defense of the Chicago? What is it? The Chicago 8? The Democratic National Convention of 1968. Was he involved in that defense?
He was not proud of defending John Lennon in the same way as he announced that he was proud of defending Epstein.
What's this got to do with Israel?
This has got to do with the fact that this man, the credibility of this man's on the line. He defends Israel on the one hand, and on the other hand, he defends Epstein. I think the public should know this.
Do you want me to play? Do you want me to play the clips?
He's proud of it.
Mohamed, do you want me to play the clips of you that do the rounds on social media saying some very inflammatory things? Do you want me to?
Why are you not looking at me?
Because I'm looking at the three of us.
I'm right here.
I can turn to you, and then the viewers see me and you looking at
me man to man.
I love how he's just like running this show.
Fine.
Look at me man to man. Look at my eyes.
Yes, it's called an aesthetic thing for videos.
Okay, now the first thing I wanted to say was that this man's credibility.
He's actually really pissing off Piers, I can tell.
Something which is shocking that is we're even entertaining.
What do you base it on?
On the fact that he actually defended Epstein, and after the fact, he said he was proud of it. He was in Epstein's vicinity. He was in Epstein's vicinity. He had a massage in his vicinity. This is the kind of person that we're having on the show defending Israel. That's the first thing I want to say.
And when he was asked about this massage, his only defense was that he had his pants on, like as if that was the question.
The second thing is, in the first interaction where me and you were talking about October the 7th, we spent about 3 or 4 minutes actually talking about sexual assault allegations, if you remember that. And actually here, what we have is Israeli soldiers like Mir from Unit 100, and that's on The Guardian, it's on Sky News, it's on all these kinds of platforms, coming out, and there's videographic evidence of him raping another man. I haven't heard condemnation from you, and I don't expect to hear it from him who defended Epstein. Well, this shows you the bias in the coverage for a year. Well, we know the ICJ have said that there's a plausible genocide.
You haven't been watching my show.
I think I have.
No, you haven't.
Have you spoken about me?
You're talking complete bullshit.
Okay, tell me why.
Right?
Tell me why.
Because, A, I did condemn what you've just talked about in a previous debate.
Good.
Right?
Dershowitz, do you condemn it?
Yes, of course. I condemn any rape of anybody in any...
Oh, God. Thank you, Davy. Yeah, it looks like I was way off. You're thinking about the absolute king, Charles Gary, also a lawyer for the Black Panthers. But they're like, wasn't Dershowitz like thought of as a person of the left maybe back in the 60s? I don't know that much about him. But I seem to remember people like, you know, the sort of the boomer generation thought of him as being lib-coded at the very least.
Any assault on anybody who's in captivity.
And you also condemn the right of rape protest that took place in Israel. And you acknowledge that there's a problem in Israel with this.
If any rapes took place, they will be investigated. They will be fully investigated. They will be court-martialed.
Do you acknowledge that there's a problem in Israeli society?
And if anybody is convicted of that, they deserve their punishment.
Do you acknowledge that there's a problem in
What about the problem with Hamas? Raping women.
I have no compunction.
On October the 7th.
I have no compunction condemning Hamas for anything that they've done. You've said that. You've asked me before, and I've told you before. I have no moral scruple. Neither do the majority of the Muslim world. I tell you now, anything that Hamas has done, we have condemned in the first instance. But we're not seeing the same level of coverage with Hamas as we are seeing with these people that are shoving rods off people's ass and raping people on videographic evidence. And you have 3,000 people, you talk about the hostages, you've got 3,000 people in essentially captivity, according to Human Rights Watch and B'Tselem, who are prisoners of war of Israel, and we're spending a fraction.
So in other words, there's been more attention paid on the unconfirmed accounts of, you know, SA being used as a weapon of war by Hamas than there is towards the confirmed accounts of the same thing being done in a larger scale by the IDF. And just to remind us, the attempt that Israel made to punish the perpetrators of that crime that Hijab is talking about were stopped by Israel's own January 6th, by a riot in favor of allowing the rapists to go free. Of ceasing the investigation and allowing that crime to just be not a crime. Members of the Knesset, members of the legislative body of Israel, claimed that for someone who was involved with Hamas, that, you know, even rape was justified. That's how fucked up it is over there.
Of the time speaking about them as compared to speaking about the hostages. This shows you the inherent bias.
Well, there's no comparison. There's no comparison between innocent hostages who did nothing wrong and people who are being charged with criminal offenses.
They're not charged with criminal offenses. That's why you're meant to know better. You're meant to know better than that. They're not charged with criminal offenses.
But you can't,
They're not charged with criminal offenses.
Compare.
They are arrested without charge.
You can't compare a 3-year-old baby.
They're not charged with criminal offenses.
Don't shout over each other. We can't hear the answer.
He's lying to the public.
Allow him to respond.
Go ahead. To somebody who's a member of Hamas.
Say that
Sorry,
again?
Alan, we couldn't hear because he was shouting.
I was shouting. Say it
Alan,
again.
he says the 3,000...
I'm saying you can't compare
Alan, he says the 3,000
baby...
Alan, just to be clear, he said the 3,000 people he's talking about were all arrested without charge, and therefore they've not been charged with crimes. Your response to that?
Well, if they were, they should be released. Nobody should be arrested without charge. If you're held for a security reason,
pathetic.
I will say what I want. It's uncensored. Good boy.
Let me finish, please. Let me make my point.
Try and have a proper debate.
Can I make my point,
I'll
please?
say what I like.
Can I make my point? Let me make my point. Great Britain confined tens of thousands of people without charges during the Second World War.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Did the same.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Should we talk about what Hitler done? Let's talk about what Hitler done.
Let me make my point. I'm opposed to that. I wrote an article against administrative detention. But you can't compare that, no matter how bad it is. You can't compare it to 3-year-olds being kidnapped, to people being raped and murdered. You can't compare what happened on October 7th to what Israel has done.
Yes, you can't,
in terms
because
of
on the one
security
hand,
prisoners.
you've got 30,000
There's no
people, and the other hand,
comparison
you've got
at
about
all.
100.
The thing is, if this was like, I don't know, 10 months ago, Dershowitz would be talking about beheaded babies, right? A lot of what they've pointed to, a lot of what they've cited as the, you know, casus belli for their campaign of ethnic cleansing has either failed to be substantiated or has been falsified. And there's never any acknowledgement given to the stuff that's been falsified, like the beheaded babies that we started out with, right?
Stop
That's
interrupting
30
me,
times
please.
more. That's 30 times more. If you want us to take you seriously, if you want us to take this coverage seriously, if you want us to take Western media seriously, then let's, for God's sake, talk about proportionality as your favorite word. We're talking about 30,000 people detained in prisons on the one hand, and 100 people who are hostages. And yet we have managed somehow to spend way more time proportionally.
You said 3,000 a minute ago. Which one is it? 3,000?
Sorry, 3,000.
But not 30,000.
Not 30.
Okay,
3,000.
Well, get your numbers right if you're going to make that cut.
Okay, I misspoke.
Exaggerated
Not a problem.
10 times.
Not a problem.
I'm sorry. It is just like an order of magnitude 30 times greater rather than an order of magnitude. Wait, just a second. 3,000 to 1. Yeah, I'm sorry, 300 times greater, not 3,000 times. Like an order of 300 times more, not an order of 3,000 times more. I'm so sorry. I misspoke, right? It's only this disproportionate. It's only this disproportionate. It's not this disproportionate, right?
He spoke about Iran. Let me ask you a question about it.
Let me ask the question.
I'm going to pee. I'll be right back.
At the moment, Alan Dershowitz is being very civilised in the way he's debating.
I'm sure you're going to say that.
You're just making
He might have
ad
leverage
hominem
on you.
attacks and shouting all
He's
the
your
time.
friend.
No one can understand it when you
Have
shout
you met him
all the time.
before?
I know Alan well.
Oh, you know him well.
I respect him very much.
Oh, yes, you do.
He's one of America's top lawyers.
His top lawyers.
Yeah, he is.
And you're an unbiased person here on Central.
An unbiased person about Alan Dershowitz. Why?
Does he have leverage on you, Piers Morgan?
There's no leverage on me, no.
You've got a picture with Maxwell.
Yes, with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Did you go to the island?
No, I've never been to the island. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein.
Be honest.
I never spent more than 5 minutes with
Be
Ghislaine
honest.
Maxwell. I've answered you. So what part of that wants to...
Do you condemn him being on the island? He's your good friend.
You can ask
No, I'm
Alan
asking, do you condemn
Dershowitz about
him?
Jeffrey Epstein.
You had a massage.
He represented him.
He said he didn't take his shorts off.
Do you know what?
That's
None of
that's
this
what
has
he
got
said.
anything to do with Israel.
He said he didn't take his shorts off when he was getting a
Can you
massage.
please, Mohamed.
Why is this uncomfortable?
It's nothing to do with the debate.
He didn't take his shorts off, but he's got his pants down now, hasn't he?
Can you stop it?
Why?
What's the point?
Why? He
Because
defended
it's
one of the
actually-
most obnoxious people in the last 100 years. Why should I
Because
stop it?
actually what is going on right
should I
now
stop it?
in the Middle East is incredibly important.
Yes,
You're
and you have this
trivialising-
man who's-
You are trivialising this. Well, if you didn't want to do a debate, don't agree to do it.
Who said I'm not going to do a debate? I'm saying this person who's
Come on and
defending
make
Israel.
stupid ad hominem attacks is pathetic.
Oh, okay. All right. He's your good friend. You want to defend him so much.
What are you talking about?
You're defending him.
Huh?
You're defending him. You're defending a monster. A pervert. An old pervert.
He's not a pervert or a monster.
Why is he not? He knew Epstein. And for us, there's good influence.
Why are you doing this, Mohamed?
Why not?
Because it's pointless. You may get a few clicks
ask
on...
your questions.
You might get a few clicks on it. So what?
It's not.
Ask your questions.
Let me be very clear. It's not pointless. He just called me a pervert. He will be sued now for defamation, and we will be able to resolve this
opinion. In
in
the UK,
a
we have
court of
different
law. I
defamation
guarantee you that he will be sued.
In
for
my
Pointless. You may get a few clicks
ask
on...
your questions.
You might get a
Ask
few
your
clicks
questions.
on it.
Epstein, and for us, you're defending him.
Huh?
You're defending him. You're defending a monster. A pervert. An old pervert.
He's not a pervert or a monster.
Why is he not? He knew Epstein.
Jesus Christ. Thank you. What I was saying, chat, is that I stepped away at the exact wrong time. Right, wrong because one, the bathroom was already in use, and wrong for the second part because this is the exciting part of the debate. Like the line that I loved.
Want to do a debate? Don't agree to do it.
Who said I'm not
testing? Wait, what?
Stupid ad hominem attacks is pathetic.
Oh, okay, all right.
Testing? Okay, we're good.
What are you talking about?
You're defending him.
Huh?
You're defending him. You're defending a monster, a pervert, an old pervert.
He's not a pervert or a monster.
Why is he not? He knew Ëpsteïn, and for us, there's good info.
Why are you doing this, Mohamed?
Why not?
Because it's pointless. You may get a few clicks
ask
on.
your questions.
You might get a few clicks on it. So what?
It's not.
I feel like the point is like a guy like Alan Dershowitz should not be able to walk out in public without being shouted down. Like that's the point.
Ask your questions.
Let me be very clear.
And having powerful friends like Piers Morgan allows him to seem like look, the Ëpsteïn thing is not the only thing on Dershowitz, right? There's also allegations of plagiarism, which while the university, found in his favor, from what I've seen, seem pretty well substantiated. That is Norm Finkelstein, by the way, that made those allegations. And I've heard Norm's case for this. We've watched Norm's debate on Democracy Now! With Dershowitz, and I mean, he cooked him. He absolutely cooked him. And murder? Oh, I don't know about that. I can neither confirm nor deny that. And chat saying there's a rumor of a disappearance of his wife. Yeah, I was muted for a second. Who's got their pants down now? Yeah, no, that's my favorite. That's the part I want to hear. Wait, did I miss it? I tried to rewind it. I'm just like, I'm kind of waiting to use the bathroom, but I also want to hear this. So there's allegations of physical abuse and possibly even murder against this guy. Oh geez, okay. Can't put that up. Wait, did I not rewind it enough?
It's not pointless. He just called me a pervert. He will be sued now for defamation, and we will be able to resolve this in a court of law. I guarantee you that he will be sued.
In my understanding, you are a pervert because you are acquainted with Jeffrey Epstein.
Has now withdrawn her
Sure, I've got my own defamation cases. I know the law very well here.
That
you
she
can't
may
threaten
have
me.
confused me with somebody else, and calling me a pervert will result in a defamation lawsuit in an American court and in a British court. I assure you of that.
I believe
Let's
you
move
are
on to Israel now.
Why don't we move on to the
resolve
debate?
this in court. Let's move on to Israel.
It's really, is there any point in considering this?
Do you want to shorts off? But he's got his pants down now, hasn't he?
Can you stop, Israel?
He said you condemn him being on the island. He's your good friend.
You can ask
no,
Alan Dershowitz about Jeffrey Epstein.
You had a massage.
He represented him.
He said he didn't take his shorts off.
Do you know what?
That's
None of this
what
has got anything to do with Israel.
He said he didn't take his shorts off when he was getting a massage.
Please, Mohamed.
Why is this uncomfortable?
It's nothing to do with the debate.
He didn't take his shorts off, but he's got his pants down now, hasn't he?
There it is. There it is. That's the moment. That's the moment. And that's why I said I shouldn't have stepped away when I did, right? Both the fact that I was not able to get into the bathroom and the fact that part of that there's the debate right there. Right? That's the moment. That's beautiful. Does Piers condemn Prince Andrew? Good question.
What's the point?
Why? He defended one of the most obnoxious people in the last 100 years. Why should I stop it?
Actually, what is going on right
should I
now
stop it?
in the Middle East is incredibly important.
Okay, we'll go back to this part. Let me see if I can
for defamation.
get in.
We'll be able to resolve
honest
this
opinion. In the
in
UK,
a
we have
court of
different
law. I
defamation
guarantee you that he will be sued.
In
for
my
calling me a
understanding, you
pervert.
are a pervert
the woman
because you
who
are
falsely
acquainted with
accused
Jeffrey
me
Epstein.
has now withdrawn her
Sure, I've got my own defamation cases. I know the law very well here.
acknowledged that
You
she
can't
may
threaten
have
me.
confused me with
I know the
somebody
law very
else.
well.
And
I
calling me
consider
a
you to be a
pervert
pervert
will
because of your
result
connection with
in
Jeffrey
a
Epstein.
defamation lawsuit
Sure,
in an
I'm ready for
American
it.
court
I'm
and in a
ready.
British
I'm ready
court.
for the
I
lawsuit.
assure you of that.
I believe
Let's
you
move
are
on to
old
Israel
pervert.
now.
Why don't we move
We'll
on to the
resolve
debate?
this in
You're an old
court.
pervert.
Let's move on
You're
to
an old
Israel.
pervert.
It's really, is there any point in considering this?
Do you want to throw the towel?
No. What's the point?
Do you want
I'm
to
not doing the debate you were booked to do.
Do you want to both throw the towel?
You were not booked to talk about this.
Do you want to give up?
Just to
Major PP dance, chat. Major PP dance.
the issues.
Let's talk about the issues. Let's
Well,
talk about
come on,
Iran.
then.
Let's talk about Iran.
Let's talk about Iran.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Do you support Iran?
Okay, well, let me answer your question. Iran was attacked on April the 1st, right? It was attacked, the embassy of Iran was attacked in Syria by Israel. After that, on the first occasion, they then sent missiles and drones, correct? Now, my question to you is, does Iran have a right to defend itself?
All right, it's my chance.
So what is a proportionate response? Because you see, I've been having a moral quandary about the issue. Piers Morgan, what's a proportionate response for Iran?
I'll tell you what I think about Iran. I think Iran is an unbelievably nefarious place which has been fueling Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah for many years with a joint
Does it have a right to defend
a
itself?
joint ideology that they want to eradicate Israel in any way they can.
Okay. Does it have
so
a right to
I
defend
think
itself?
Iran is one of the most despicable
Does it have a right to
regimes
defend itself?
in the world. I also think that right now the Iranian regime is in serious danger.
You look completely discombobulated.
What do you mean?
You look dishevelled.
I'm telling you what I think of Iran.
I'm asking you, do they have a right to defend themselves? Do you think they have a right to defend themselves? Both of you can answer the question. Do they have a right to defend? They were attacked. The sovereign nation was attacked. My question is, does it have a right to defend?
Iran has been fueling
Isn't that the
attacks
question
on
you've been
Israel
asking?
now for what, 40 years?
I've been having a moral quandary about
What?
this. I've been having a moral quandary about Iran.
Have you?
Yeah, moral quandary, yes. Moral quandary, I don't know. Do they have a right to defend themselves? And if so, what is the proportionate
So you're
response?
supporting Iran, to be clear?
I'm asking you. No,
Are
I'm
you
not
supporting Iran?
I'm not supporting. I'm antithetical to many of these organizations for my own purposes. But my question to you...
Do you support the Iranian regime?
Not unconditionally, but I support their right...
What conditions do you agree with them about?
Their right to defend themselves. Do you believe they have a right to defend themselves?
No, because I think they're terrorists.
Oh, so they don't have a right to defend themselves? Iran does not have a right to defend itself?
They do, but they're not the ones...
So what is proportionate response?
They're not the ones...
What's a proportionate response?
Okay.
No,
Can I answer it?
You asked this question to the
You're
people.
just going to keep talking. Can I answer it?
What's the proportionate response?
The proportionate response to Iran is to stop them trying to destroy Israel through their proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. That's what they've been trying to do for many years.
What is a proportionate response of Iran after their embassy was smashed and destroyed in Syria and 16 people were killed? What's the proportionate response?
Well, what about the proportionate response to everything Iran's done?
Which is against the Vienna Conventions.
What about the response to everything Iran
What
has
did
been
Iran
doing?
do to Israel? Who did they kill? Who did they?
They've never killed anybody in
Who
Iran.
did they?
How deluded are you,
No,
Mohamed?
excuse me, hold on. Which Israeli civilian have Iran successfully targeted? Give me one name, please.
You don't think Iran's been responsible for any Israeli civilian dying?
I'm asking you to edify
What about
me.
the way they funded Hamas?
You can both edify
slaughtered
me.
1,200
That's
people in Israel
Iran in
October the
particular. I'm not
7th.
talking about Hamas. We've spoken about Hamas at length.
But
We're talking
I
about
can
Iran
give
now.
you some
We're talking about Iran. It's
names.
old news. You're talking about
Let's let
Hamas.
Alan respond.
Yes, go ahead. Who did they successfully target?
Well, let
That's my
me
question.
respond.
Yeah, please, yeah.
The Iranians have been found by an Argentine court to have been guilty of killing hundreds of Israeli and Jewish people in Buenos Aires. They killed Marines through Hezbollah. They were combatants, but the attack on the Israeli Cultural Center, attack on the Israeli embassy, were attacks, according to the Argentinian judicial proceedings, attacks on Israel, entitling Israel to engage in response. Now, let me explain what proportionality means, because you're missing the point. Proportionality doesn't require that a country that's attack back in proportion. Proportionality only means that if you're going to attack a mixed target that has civilians and combatants, the ratio of civilians to combatants must be proportional to the military value of the target. And that's what Israel has been trying to do. But Iran has killed thousands and thousands of Israeli and Jewish civilians over the years. So to defend somehow
So what ratio is
Iran and
acceptable?
saying
What ratio is
that
acceptable?
they were innocent.
What kind of
even
ratio
the
in your
people who
understanding
were
is acceptable?
killed, even the people
What ratio
who
is
were
acceptable?
killed
You've
in
spoken
the
for some length
embassy
now. What
were
ratio is acceptable?
combatants who were legitimately killed.
Can you hear me or not?
As combatants.
What's an acceptable ratio for you?
So Iran has no right of self-defense against that. Israel was completely entitled to kill.
Let me answer what you've just said.
Israel was entitled to kill any combatant that was hiding in an embassy building.
Hold on. You've just conflated two things. You've spoken about the Argentinian case, which there is not actual an independent international investigation on, number one. And then you've spoken about, we're speaking about 1st of April. Was that a response to Argentina? It was not a response to Argentina. On the 1st of April, they bombed the Iranian embassy in Syria. They did not do so. They said that is a military base and that we're attacking. But we all know that in this country, for example, every single embassy has military attachés. They have military attachés. So if you go to the US embassy here in London, they have armed officers. Does that make it a viable target? Does it make the US embassy a viable target? The Russian embassy a viable target? This is clearly against the UN Convention. It's against the Vienna Convention. You cannot attack. You cannot attack an embassy of another nation in another sovereign land. You cannot do that. And
so let me respond to that.
No, hold on.
Let him answer.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond.
It's been
it was not an embassy. It was an ancillary building being used as a military center to plan attacks against Israel. They used the pretext of it being a building somehow attached to an embassy. The evidence is very clear.
Which is?
And be happy to have them bring a lawsuit and see if it can be resolved in a court of law. But Israel was entitled to regard who was killed. The people who were killed were military people who were planning attacks on Israel.
That's not true.
Using an annex to a building to do it. Did that justify 3,000 rockets being sent into Israel?
Hold on. Let me respond.
180 ballistic missiles being sent into Israel?
Have you made your point?
Not.
Okay. The response is as follows. First of all, 16 people were killed officially, and of them, there were 2 civilians that were killed. So what you're saying is only military targets is flatly false, squarely false, barefaced lie. You're a liar, as you were a liar when you were defending Ëpsteïn. That's number one. Number two is, when you say that, okay, that was a response, when Iran then, on the 14th of April, responded with missiles, once again, how many casualties were there? How many casualties were there? 0. Just like there were 0 casualties when they responded recently in October. Not one person died except for one Palestinian, ironically enough, that was apparently killed in the October one. But in the April one, no one died. It was precise strikes at military bases. Number 2, you speak about this being a base. As I say now, if you look at Collins' dictionary right now, there's 2 aspects of what is a military base, vernacularly speaking. Number 1 is that there has to be weapons in that place, and number 2, that there has to be training of soldiers. This is usually understood as what is a military base.
That's just made up. Those are made up stories. There's no truth to that at all.
What's made up? Which part of it is made up?
There's no truth to that.
Let him respond.
I haven't finished my point. The fact
that you need weapons.
No, let me finish
what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
That's just made up. You don't need weapons to have a military base. It can be a command center where they're planning attacks.
Let me finish.
That's just made up.
Let me finish.
The more you say, the happier I am.
Okay. What I'm saying to you is that if you look at almost every Western government embassy in the West and outside of the West, they have military attachés. You can fact check this. You can go online. You will see in the US embassy, in the French embassy, in the British embassy, military guards, people there that have their own weapons.
Dirty super chatted $9.99. Israel is the closest society to real-life Starship Troopers.
Damn, I hadn't thought about it that way, but there are some parallels. Thank you for the super chat, Davi.
And guns. So, according to you, that would be a military base. See, are they then legitimate targets?
What happened in this case was they used an annex of a building
Can we then
as a
contravene the
military
Vienna
base.
agreements? Can we then conventions. Can we
you
then?
don't know what
can
you're
we
talking
then,
about. You have
Okay,
no
hold on.
knowledge of international law or diplomacy
Wait.
law, the law of
you
war.
haven't got
so
one
please.
peer-reviewed. You don't have one peer-reviewed work on international law. And Jimmy Carter, the former U.S. president, said you have no knowledge of Palestine. Don't speak to me about Palestine and these issues. Jimmy Carter,
Well,
a former president of the United States, as you acknowledge, you've written it in your book. He says that you have no knowledge of the Palestine issue. Jimmy Carter said that. Don't speak to me
Well,
like
you
that.
want to hear something?
Yeah,
It
the only
was in
thing you
my
have knowledge
book. In
about is
fact,
where the
it was in
doors
the
and
back.
the rooms and the masseuses
It was in the back
are.
It was the back cover of my book.
That's what you have knowledge of.
I've written.
Wait, Israel's like the shit I see in One Piece, but it's worse because it's real? Like what, the Marines?
Did you touch
I've
Virginia?
written 13
Did you touch
books
her?
on Israel.
Did you touch Virginia?
Some of which
Did
have
you
been-
touch her? Did you touch that woman?
Never heard of her. Never met her. Never met her.
Don't lie.
Never. She.
Don't lie to
she
me.
just-
Did you touch that woman or not?
I'm telling you, I never met her, and she acknowledged
Did you
in
touch that
writing,
woman?
under oath.
We need to get a body language expert in here.
You have no knowledge of his case, do you?
else.
Well, you wouldn't be
I'm
saying
asking
that.
you a question.
You're repeating
So-
the
Why are you
serious
defending him?
information.
Has he not leveraged
Because he
over?
won a case. It was proven to be lies.
I'm asking him a
Why
question.
are you doing this?
I'm asking him a question.
This is not about Israel.
This is
You're trying to be a clever dude, but what you're doing is inviting a lawsuit from Alan, which you will get.
I'm ready for it.
You are?
Yeah.
Really?
I've got 4 defamation
Good.
cases, all of which
Good.
have... Your friend Douglas Murray, I'm taking him to court.
Well, good luck.
Wait. Does that make it like I don't understand his argument here? Honestly, like, okay, so there's 2 things that legal cases do. It's exposure in terms of there could be a finding, against you. He's talking about, I guess, taking other people to court for defamation, in which case maybe the finding would be for him. But like the other and the big consideration about legal action is that most people don't have the time for a whole hell of a lot of legal action. Like you can get buried, especially if you're going up against somebody with money and connections and resources like Alan Dershowitz. You can get buried under legal proceedings really fucking easily. So I don't know what he's saying here, but I guess he's just like, bring it. That's all I can assume from him. He's just like, bring it.
Taking on Alan on this is all I would say.
I'm ready
to
for
you.
him. Oh, you love him, don't you?
No, he's just won cases.
I just wonder what he has.
Defending himself.
People going on Piers Morgan though, says Ëpsteïn, have the time for it.
I just wonder what leverage he has. Does he have any leverage on you?
God, it's just pathetic, man.
I don't know why'd you keep defending
He's
him.
now accusing me of
week on the show. Why are you doing it now?
He's a monster.
Right.
This man is a monster.
Well, why debate then?
Because I don't mind debating monsters, just like you don't mind debating monsters. We have that in common.
Do you want to finish the debate about the bigger picture or not?
I'm speaking about it. You guys are the ones rattled. I'm not rattled.
No one's rattled. We just think it's pathetic.
You're both rattled.
We think it's pathetic because you don't understand what you're talking about.
Really, that's just an assertion, really, isn't it?
No.
Alan is closed off at his body language. Yeah, he's doing the Nixon thing. He's doing this kind of deal.
You're just trying to get your clicks on X, and that's fine.
Oh, is that
But
what you
nothing
do?
you'll-
Is there anything wrong with that?
No, you know what? Try and debate the issue.
You always brag about it, my
Try
friend.
and debate
you
the
brag
issue.
about it myself. We've got 1 million views, 2 million views. You talk about it all the time.
Alan, let me ask you something, which is about what Israel is doing. At the heart of it, if you take the belief that Iran is the main target here, a lot of Israelis believe that Iran is...
He kind of looks like he's on his phone, right? He's doing this number. And he's got... Oh, that's just the chair. Yeah, that is some interesting body language. Yeah, no, I mean... Look, body language is usually pseudoscience, all right? So I'm not talking about this super fucking seriously here. However... he is definitely not looking unperturbed. Let me just put it that way. He doesn't look unperturbed.
He's really rattled. And
Oh, he is rattled. He is rattled. I don't know if Piers is rattled, and I don't know if Piers has really got like so he kind of speculated, does Alan have something on you? Does he have some leverage on you? I don't know. Piers is friends with a lot of people. Piers is friends with Trump, right? He might just be a connection for Piers. That's a simpler explanation than Alan Dershowitz has the secret tapes of Piers's adventures on Little St. James Island. Although I guess we can't rule that out entirely, but I think it's more likely that Alan is a very useful person for Piers to know, and that's probably why he's defending him.
Israel has a genuine opportunity to topple this regime. Do you think that is a likely eventuality? Is it a thing that Israel...
Miska says you stopped talking about the Middle East and changed the subject faster than my ex under deposition. Damn. Yeah, weird flex. How many defamation cases can you have going on against you at once? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it sounds like from what he said, at least one of the cases, the case that he mentioned, maybe was him suing somebody else for defamation.
Well, should be pushing to do.
I think if Israel has the military capacity to destroy Iran's nuclear abilities to create a nuclear arsenal and can do it with minimum civilian casualties, the way it did it in Iraq and the way it did it in Syria, it ought to do that. But if it risks a wider war, then obviously it has to take into account other considerations and the opinions of the United States. So it's largely a military question. Israel certainly has the right to destroy Iran's nuclear capacity. Rafsanjani, the former president of Iran, said if Iran developed nuclear weapons, they would use them against Israel, kill 3 million Israelis. Israel's a one-bomb state. That would be the end of Israel. And even if Israel retaliated and killed 10 million Muslims in Tehran, the trade-off would be worth it. No country should ever accept that kind of a threat. The United States wouldn't. They didn't in the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Israel shouldn't as well. But it's a military decision.
Okay, I'm sorry. The Cuban Missile Crisis, well, it did involve Cuba. We're not talking about Cuba's nukes. Right, we're talking about the USSR stationing nukes on Cuba. That was the, that was the aspect of the situation that caused it to be, such a, potentially escalatory move, right? This is a little different, right? Israel, like Iran could say the same thing about Israel. They've got nukes, right? We can't allow a country that's close to us with nukes. I don't know. That wasn't the point. That wasn't the point of the Cuban Missile Crisis.
And I'm not competent to resolve whether Israel has the capacity to destroy Iran's nuclear ability without too many civilian casualties.
Okay, Mohamed, do you
That's
think
a military question.
Mohamed, do you think Hezbollah are terrorists or freedom fighters?
I have an antithetical view to Hezbollah, and that's been well documented in the record. However,
what's your view? I don't know.
Well, I tell you one thing. I'm not going to be baited into a sectarian debate
Just
here.
asking you if you comment about Hezbollah.
Sure. I don't necessarily. I have an antithetical view to Hezbollah. However, on this case...
Does he just not know what an antithetical means?
What I mean by that is that I don't necessarily support them in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
How do you
categorize them?
I categorize Hezbollah in their response to Israel as justified in that response.
And in the response for Assad in Syria against fellow Arabs?
Yeah, well, you and I both know that I have an antithetical view. I don't think that they were on the right side of history then. I do think they were acting in...
So they were terrorists then?
Well, I mean, it depends on how... I think the word terrorism is a social construct.
What were they when they fought for Assad against Arabs?
Oppressive, and that's on the record. There's no doubt about it. You can call whatever you want. But
so they were all the things that you would say Israel is?
When they were doing the thing with Bashar al-Assad. That is, of course, my view.
But they're only that thing when they're doing that. When they're attacking Israel, that's fine.
When they attacked Israel...
when they're attacking Arabs on behalf of Bashar al-Assad...
No, but that shows consistency.
No, hang on.
Doesn't that show consistency?
No.
Why not?
It doesn't show consistency.
It shows consistency.
The inconsistency is that you think that was bad, but when they're attacking Israel, that's fine.
Let's respond. On the 8th of October, you mentioned many times before in your interviews that they attacked Israel.
Yes.
They attacked Israel, right?
They did.
That's not true.
They did.
They attacked the Sheba Farms, which is occupied territory.
Which Israel has claimed as its own since 1967.
Wait a minute. It's occupied territory.
Which Israel has claimed as its own since 1967.
This shows your lack of knowledge on the matter. It does.
Well, part of what I just said is not true. They claimed it as their own since 1967.
Wait, hold on. This is occupied territory, according to the UN, according to the US. It's occupied territory.
I just said Israel have claimed it as its
own.
So
what? They can claim. I can claim what I want. ISIS have made many claims.
So given Israel...
Wait, whatever Israel claims is true. Is that what we are meant to believe here?
Hezbollah has fired beyond the Sheba Farms.
Now, let me explain.
Hezbollah
the Sheba Farms
Israeli cities.
Hold on.
Israel
hold on, Dershowitz. Dershowitz, I haven't finished yet. Dershowitz, I haven't finished yet. On the 8th of... You talked about the 8th of October. When they fired on the 8th of October, they fired, and You can go ahead and bring evidence that they fired anywhere else other than the Sheba farms. They fired on the Sheba farms. After that, there was response from Israel. And then after that, because there was response of Israel into Lebanon, then Hezbollah attacked the northern part of Israel. This is what happened. And that is justified according to international law. So on this issue, you will not find differences between Sunnis and Shias. You will not find differences in us. We are all united in the hatred of the Zionist entity.
All right, Alan, your response to that?
Well, Hezbollah has been firing rockets at Israel for years and years under the auspices of Iran. Israel has fought back and responded, and Nasrallah has called for all the Jews of the world to be brought together into Israel so that they can be taken care of at the same time in the way that Hitler took care of the Jews of Europe. This is a genocidal claim by Nasrallah on behalf of Hezbollah, and certainly Israel had the right to respond to Hezbollah as they did. And, you know, you can quarrel with particular responses as you can quarrel with particular responses of any country. What the United States did after 9/11 was seen by many as an overreaction. Countries react when their civilians are murdered the way they were on 9/11 and the way they were on October 7th. And Israel had the right to respond. The United States and the world said so. And Hamas could end all the suffering in Gaza instantaneously by simply releasing the hostages and putting down their arms and calling for a genuine peace rather than attack.
They made that offer, right? That was on the table, that has been on the table for a very long time. And at every chance, it was sandbagged by Netanyahu.
Tactical ceasefire that just allows them to rearm and repeat October 7th. Remember, they said they would repeat October 7th over and over and over and over again. And as Elie Wiesel once said, always believe the threats of your enemies more than the promises of your friends. And so Israel has to act.
Okay, let me bring
on
back
the assumption
Mohamed. I want to ask
that
one more
Hamas
thing.
is going to try to do this again and again.
Miska says the longer that Israel goes without retaliating, the bigger I'm concerned they will go. Israel has nukes because, yeah, they could use a low-yield tactical weapon to strike their nuclear site around the epicenter of that earthquake.
Again.
Okay, Mohamed,
we've listened.
Mohamed, you've said so far, unless I'm wrong, you don't support Hamas, you don't support Hezbollah. So there's probably more bits of agreement here with Alan Dershowitz and me than you might like to admit if you don't support those two groups.
Okay, so I don't see what that's got to do with anything. We were
Just
talking,
an observation.
We were talking about.
I said at the start I wanted to find points of agreement.
Sure.
Can we all agree that Hamas and Hezbollah are a bad thing?
I can agree that the white man, the Western man, has tried to use social constructs like terrorism to try and absolve themselves from all the things that they.
What would you call them, Hamas and Hezbollah?
Well, I mean, just like any human being. Just like any human being, they can sometimes be oppressive and they can sometimes be on the right side of history.
Most human beings do not do what Hamas did on October the 7th.
Well, in the Zionist entity, they do. And they do worse than that.
They don't.
They don't.
Israel's never committed an atrocity on that scale.
On what scale?
What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say, Piers. I thought you were trying to ride the fence more than this. Israel's never committed an atrocity on that scale? I feel like on that scale they've outdone. They're orders of magnitude beyond the worst Hamas attack ever.
On that scale.
Explain. What scale?
Killing 1,200 people.
They've killed 40,000.
Sorry, in one day.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what the... Actually, no, I don't even know. I feel like Israel's probably got the, 1 day beat as well. Also, when you're talking about the number that's given of people that died on that day, it's a combination of deaths caused by Hamas and deaths caused by the IDF. And I don't think that anybody knows how to, what the ratio there was, right? But there is some pretty clear indication that some of those civilian deaths were caused by the IDF. And beyond that, no, I don't think that they're like 1,200 in a day. Yeah, I feel like Israel probably has beat that, score, if you want to put it that way.
Massive.
Any 40,000
Israelis that could get their hands on kidnapping children,
on the 23rd of September, what happened?
Holocaust
On the
survivors,
20th, we were talking about October the
raping and
7th.
abusing women, beheading people. Oh, you don't think that happened, do you?
Well, hold on. You just said raping and abusing. We just started the show with an admission that there's a problem in Israeli society, that there was
I'm talking about Hamas.
Yeah, but you just...
it's funny that he's talking about Holocaust survivors without the recognition that Holocaust survivors in Israel are not treated the way that Holocaust survivors are treated in the United States. Like, there's a certain level of respect that's granted to a person like that, whereas in Israel, they are somehow treated like a reminder of a weakness that, Israel does as a culture does not want to acknowledge. Right? There's a whole culture of strength that's taken root there. And that mentality causes, it's just funny that Piers would bring that particular, kind of person up without any knowledge of the fact that this is not, a kind of person that's treated with the degree of respect that you'd expect in Israel.
Said Israel doesn't.
We both condemned what you talked about earlier. In
So why are you
Israel.
saying Israel don't do that? What's wrong with you?
I didn't say that.
You just said that now.
No, I didn't.
You said Israel doesn't do, and then you just listed 3 or 4 things, and that was one of the things that you just listed.
No, I said Israel had never...
Am I speaking a foreign tongue?
Sorry, listen to what I'm saying. I said Israel never perpetrated an atrocity on that scale.
Okay. On
in
the 23rd
one day against the people
how many
of the Palestine. They never have.
Well, hold on. How many civilians?
Here's this wearing Steve Bannon after a bender. Oh, chic. I get it.
Died on October the 7th.
Civilians about 800.
Oh, sure. All right.
But hang on.
Hold on.
But nearly 7,000 more were wounded.
Sure.
7,000
What happened on the 23rd of September?
were wounded.
What happened on the 23rd of September?
7,000.
Okay. Sure.
Think about that number.
Okay, no problem.
That's the scale of people who were attacked on that day.
Are we talking over each other? It's 2 on 1 now.
8,000 people were attacked.
No problem. On the 23rd
One of the most horrendous terror attacks.
Is this going to be a monologue or is it a dialogue?
History. I'm telling you some facts.
I know the facts.
You may not like it, but I'm telling you them.
Okay, I'm telling you. On the 23rd of September, Israel attacked Lebanon. How many people died? How many civilians died, according to the Lebanese health, the Ministry of Health?
I believe it's about 2,000 was the last recorded number I saw.
No, in one day. On the 23rd of September by
including combatants, including many combatants.
No, on the 23rd, how many died? How many died? Why don't we have a year commemorating the 23rd of... A year commemorating the 23rd of September, since we're having a year commemorating the 7th of October, and about 600 people died, 650 people, civilians died on that day. That's quite close, isn't it?
We don't know they're civilians. They don't distinguish between
8,000 people were attacked.
We're not talking about attack, we're talking about dead. What's wrong with you? Why are you not looking at me again? You're crying. Are you crying?
Because the viewers are seeing the 3 of us together.
I see that there's tears in your eyes.
There are no tears in my eyes.
What's going on?
There's a slight sense of exasperation.
What do you think, Chad? Are there tears in his eyes?
Sure, there should be. Because you are employing...
What do you think I am?
I think you said it yourself with your interview with Mehdi Hassan. I think you're just biased. You talked about tribes.
Who am I biased against?
You're biased against anything anti-Western. Clearly. You said...
What a ridiculous statement.
Because you said it yourself. You said the reason why you have such and such a view with Russia and
Do you think
Ukraine...
I was biased when I led the media campaign against the Iraq war?
No, I think you were...
Was I biased against brown people then?
You were good then.
Was I?
I
was good then because you agreed with me.
Sure, because you're on the side of truth. Just like I could say Hezbollah was not on the side of truth in 2013, but they're on the side of truth today. I can say this, and even though they're Muslims just like me, just like I can say that Hamas is wrong for doing such and such a thing, but they're right on such and such a thing. I can say all these things. You should be able to do the same thing.
What have Hamas been right about?
Resisting, because they're occupied territory. If they had just attacked,
they were given billions of dollars in 2005.
Okay.
When they took charge of the.
Have they got a right to defend themselves?
Hang on.
against military
When
targets.
they took charge of the Palestinian people and had power from 2005, they got billions of dollars. And what they did with that money was spend it on tunnels, which they built around civilians.
Sure, so what?
So that they could then launch a horrendous terror attack.
Okay.
And they knew when Israel
We've
came after
spoken
them...
about the terror attack.
Hang on.
You're
When Israel
flogging a dead horse.
When Israel then came after them after October the 7th, they knew, because they'd embedded themselves on the tunnels
But
around civilians,
you're flogging a
that
dead
a
horse.
lot of Palestinians would get slaughtered in the process.
My question
and
is,
that's exactly what's happening.
My question to you, does Palestine have a right to defend itself? Does Hamas have a right to defend itself exclusively against military targets?
Everybody has the right to defend themselves.
So Hamas can do that against military targets?
What they did in October 7th is not self-defense. It was a terror attack.
Hold on.
Is that saying Al-Qaeda? That's not my question. Had the right to
but
do
that's not
on September...
We both agreed that the civilian death is something we should both condemn, yeah?
Morgan got fired for lying about the Iraq War.
We're talking about areas of agreement. You just said it yourself. I'm saying now, do you agree that Hamas has the right, because they're an occupied territory, Gaza's an occupied territory, according to the UK, by the way, they're an occupied territory because of effective military control. According to the UK...
They ended their occupation in 2005.
No, hold on. You're meant to be intelligent. You're meant to
2005.
know this fact. According to the UK government, according to the US government, and you can check it up online, and according to the UN, all three organizations, Gaza is an occupied territory because there is no... because they have control over the borders, they have control of the population.
But I've said this many times, Mohamed.
So, sure, you agree with it. You said it recently.
Let me give you the
I've said many
facts.
times.
Let me
I
give you the
believe that
facts.
what we...
Let me give you the facts, please. Can I give you the facts?
Yes, you can respond.
Let me give you
The tunnels under Al-Shifa Hospital were built by Israel in the 1980s.
Okay, the facts are, in 2005, I was there in Israel when the Israeli government...
Are you sure you were not in Epstein's house?
Uprooted... Every single dead person who was buried there.
Getting a massage.
Not a single soldier, not a single policeman was in Gaza. Gaza could have become the most beautiful spot on the Mediterranean. Singapore...
Oh my God, this guy.
Hamas engaged in a military coup in which they murdered members of
this guy.
Took over Gaza and start sending rockets into Israel. It was only then that Israel began to control the borders and make sure that tunnels couldn't be built.
Not only were they built by Israel, Ëpsteïn says, they were sealed by Hamas.
They failed in that respect, that weapons couldn't be brought in. Gaza was not an occupied territory. It was a free territory. Between 2005 and the time that Hamas...
Sasha G saying, according to Ehud Barak, they were built in the... Goddamn.
And so
is it occupied now or not? Is it occupied now? According to you, is it occupied now or not? Is Gaza an occupied territory right now or is it not?
Imprisoned.
He's not answering my question.
It's not an occupied territory.
It's not. Okay. Is it an occupied territory according to the UN, the UK, and the US? Yes or no? It's a factual statement.
Not the U.S. The U.S. doesn't agree with that. You're wrong about that. The U.S. doesn't agree with that.
That's why you've had to plagiarize books in order to make your case.
Ooh. Yeah, we covered this long time ago. There was a debate between Alan and Norm on Democracy Now! There was this brutal knockdown, drag-out debate that Dershowitz just got cooked. The evidence that Norm showed of Dershowitz having committed plagiarism, to my eye, was pretty undeniable. But apparently that's not how the academic institution that Norm was at saw it, and he ended up losing his job and kind of getting blacklisted for years and years and years. That's the story between Norm and Alan are connected through this event, basically, and you see that's the real Mohamed Hijab is doing a great job of completely roasting Alan Dershowitz here, but Norm is just the king. You can't beat Norm. Like, in terms of being a nemesis for Alan Dershowitz, there's no beating Norm. Now, like I said, complicated historical figure, not entirely a good guy all the time. All right, let me just we'll get into that at some point.
What are you saying again?
And Finkelstein caught you out. You've had to plagiarize books because your knowledge on this issue
we have another,
for your
now
age is ridiculous. According to the U.S.,
now we have
Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem
wait a minute. We have another count in the lawsuit against you. You've accused me of plagiarism, even though Harvard University conducted a thorough and complete study, totally vindicated me,
if you're gonna do something,
and blamed it on Finkelstein.
Norm is the norm. Yeah, the new norm.
tenure for making a false charge against me of plagiarism, but you're repeating that charge. Count 2.
No problem. That's according to Norman Finkelstein, who debated you on...
Like, I mean, it seems to me like Norm exposed this guy, and Dershowitz, like, ruined his fucking life.
Now, you plagiarized that book.
I mean, that's just my opinion, though, right? That's not... I'm making that clear. I'm making that clear. I'm not making a definitive statement here. Just to be 100 with you.
Evidence in that debate. That's one thing. The second thing is,
from my perspective,
study found out that Finkelstein had made
charges. Let him respond. You're going to make these allegations.
He
Alan can
lost
respond.
his position as a professor, but you've accused me of plagiarism. Count 2 in the civil.
I'm ready.
Yeah, the fact that Dershowitz has gotten away with so much during his life is just... And in chat's telling me maybe there's even more that Dershowitz has gotten away with. But one thing that you will never get away with is not having a sub when the top of the hour ad break hits. The top of the hour ad break comes for each and every one of us, and it forces us to watch 3 minutes of ads every hour at the top of the hour. The only way you can get out of it is for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6 with $6, or possibly if you are the subject of somebody's gift sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
That I will be filing against you.
I know defamation laws in this country.
You
so more than you know. Yes, I do, because I've had 4 cases. I've had 4 cases, and moreover, and I've been.
Lenny Pod, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer. Hope you've had a good night. We're just watching a little debate between Alan Dershowitz and Mohamed Hijab, with Piers Morgan supposedly the moderator, although it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he's tag teaming Mohamed Hijab here with Alan Dershowitz.
Been the person taking the other person to court, including your good friend Douglas Murray, which I've got 2 cases against him. But what I'll tell you is that you probably know nothing about defamation law, just like you have no information, no knowledge, no peer-reviewed journal on international law. You're completely dumb on these issues, because if you're saying to me...
55 books. I've written 55 books, many of them prize-winning books.
You're not an authority in international law. Are you an authority in international law?
And I have won defamation cases.
Are you a scholarly authority in international law?
First Amendment.
All right, we're going around the houses. Alan, let me ask you this. One of the many problems I have with what Israel's been doing in terms of the scale of what it's been doing, but also what has been going on the West Bank with the increased settlements.
It's funny. He's always got to try to do the fence riding thing. He's always got to try to present himself on both sides of an issue. But I've been seeing him do a lot less of that on this particular issue. He's really, as it's become more apparent, like what, Israel is doing in Gaza, Piers Morgan has become a lot more one-sided in his assessment. But here he is expressing, well, I don't like what Israel's doing in the West Bank. That's, just to let us know that he's
aggressive expansion of settlements. I think is completely outrageous.
I agree.
But once again, you said before...
Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, we can.
Well, Alan's agreed on that.
I am opposed to Israel's policies on the West Bank. I think Israel should continue a military occupation of the West Bank, just like I thought it should have continued a military occupation of Gaza. But I'm opposed and have been opposed to civilian settlements since 1967. And I'd like to see them ended in a process that leads to a 2-state solution. By the way, I'm curious whether my fellow guest here supports the right...
Wait, that sounds more like used as leverage to force Palestinians to give up the right of return. Is that what... I'm sorry. It's just like, at this point I can tell what he's really saying, and it's something more like that.
As the nation state of the Jewish people alongside...
Like, it sounds high-minded when he says, I'm against the settlements, but they should be ended along with the 2-state agreement. And it's, that's always the offer that's been given. Stuff like the Oslo Accords is always kind of an offer along with the poison pill, which includes giving up the right of return. That's not even where it ends.
Palestinian state. Do you agree that Israel has the right to exist as the nation state of the Jewish people? Yes or no?
I think it's a viable option. In 2002, not just Hamas agreed to this, by the way, in what's called the Arab Initiative. The Arab
No, they didn't.
Hold on, you've just
No,
asked
they
me a question. You've asked me a question. You can check me. You can fact check me. In 2002, there was something called the Arab Convention. And in fact, Iran itself was part of it, even though it's not an Arab country, but it was part of the 2002 Arab Convention. And they both said, so long as Israel does not occupy Gaza, it does not occupy the Golan Heights, and it does not occupy the West Bank, which you've just advocated for, then there can be a two-state solution. Even Hezbollah mentioned the same thing.
That's totally
Hezbollah
false.
mentioned this point.
That's totally false.
Hezbollah mentioned this, and Iran agreed with it. And members of the IOC agreed with it. Hold on. Members of the IOC...
Have they recently recognized Israel's right to exist? Has Iran recognized Israel's right to exist? Now, I'm not talking about 10 years ago. I'm talking about now. Does Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran recognize Israel's right to exist as the nation state of the Jewish people?
Alan, let me ask you the other thing that I find really difficult, and Thomas Friedman wrote a very good column for the New York Times today, which I read just before we started this, basically saying that Israel seems to have no plan for what happens after this. And in fact, the UAE, who've normalized relations with Israel...
I mean, my fear is that they do have a plan.
...has already offered to go into Gaza at the end of this war, in Gaza, and to help build a coalition.
Like, and for as far as what he's saying about after all this stuff, right? Look, after military conflict, Netanyahu has to face the music of Israeli justice, whatever that ends up meaning for him, right? So he's not really motivated to draw this all to an end. That's not in the cards, as long as Netanyahu's in charge. So it's a weird thing to talk about, like, Thomas Friedman said that they don't really have a plan for after all this. Oh my God, they seem to have a plan for escalating the war and for expanding the war, for turning this into a major international conflict. They definitely have some kind of plan. They seem to have a plan as far as, pushing more people out of Gaza.
Rebuild Gaza and get the people back on track.
Oh yeah, what's up with the ear thing? Is that just like an old school? What's chat saying about the Alan? Chat's talking about there's some kind of a wire coiled behind Alan Dershowitz's ear.
But Netanyahu is refusing to countenance that. He's refusing to countenance the idea of a two-state solution. I've said for a while, I think Netanyahu is becoming a massive problem in this, and it's also hard as Thomas Friedman.
I suspect that Netanyahu might be a little bit of a problem. Oh, wow, you're so perceptive, Piers. I'm proud of you.
To avoid the conclusion that Netanyahu is acting in self-interest, because the more he's been attacking Hezbollah, the more popular he's grown. Secondly, he has these corruption charges awaiting him the moment this is all over.
It's the easiest stance in the world to fucking take. Israel has the right to protect itself, but Netanyahu is kind of a dick. Yeah, no shit.
Actually, for him right now to...
I think this government might be a little right-wing. Yeah, do you think so? Do you think so?
And he doesn't really sound like a man who wants to bring peace anywhere.
He didn't accept it in 2002.
Let Alan respond to that.
Why should he respond twice?
I'm asking Alan.
I would like to see a resolution.
I mean, this is the smoke screen that so many people that have enabled, the Netanyahu government and Israel to do what they've done so far, right? They're going to say, oh God, Netanyahu, he went too far. He was too much. But you know what? The next president of Israel, we can get behind that person. We can praise them for not being Netanyahu. It's just a ridiculous fig leaf.
Of Gaza, much like the resolution of Nazi Germany after the Second World War, a Marshall Plan, an effort to rebuild it, an attempt to occupy. What happened in Germany was occupied by 4 countries: France, Russia, Britain, and the United States. I would like to see a rebuilding of Gaza. I think the people of Gaza are entitled to a Hamas-free government, perhaps even a democratic government. I would like to see that on the West Bank. I am a strong supporter of a two-state solution in which Israel can live in peace. That's all Israel has ever wanted since 1948.
Okay, you said democratic, and then you stipulated a faction that you said could not be part of that democracy. Which one is it, Piers? Do the Palestinians have the right to self-determination?
When it was attacked in a genocidal war. 1967, 1973. All Israel wants to do is live in peace. And if Israel can live in peace with a Palestinian neighbor that's peaceful, that would be my
What is wrong with
dream.
that? What is wrong with that as an ambition?
Well, he said all Israel wants to do is live in peace. And I think what Israel wants to do is have pieces of other people's land. And as he's just agreed a second ago, and you didn't even challenge him on it, which I find quite incredulous actually, is that he said, I think that the West Bank should be military occupying Israel should be military occupying the West Bank. He says that.
Absolutely.
Now, occupation.
Of course, as long as there's belligerency, there should be an occupation.
Why are you interrupting me? I've let you speak for a very long time. I let you speak for a very long time. Now you're interrupting me. I didn't give you permission to interrupt me. I didn't give you permission to interrupt me in this manner. What I'm saying to you is, according to international law, there cannot be occupation of one sovereign nation over another. It doesn't seem like you care about international law. What do you mean?
Wrong. No, you're just wrong.
Okay, just be quiet
United
for a
States
second.
Occupied Japan. The United States occupied Germany. Great Britain occupied Germany. You can have a military occupation as long as there is belligerency that continues.
Your former friend Ëpsteïn, and be quiet for a second. Pretend I'm Ëpsteïn, your former friend, and be quiet and listen to what I have to say. Yeah. Okay,
I gotta point out the belligerency. Like he's using Germany, which, like I said before, is an absurd comparison to Gaza. But he's using Germany as the predicate for the occupation being able to continue as long as belligerency continues, right? If you look at the time frame of the occupation of Germany, like it's nothing like and compare it to the time frame of the occupation of Palestine, of Gaza, of the West Bank, of now the Golan Heights, even the prior occupation of Lebanon, right? It's these time frames are much longer. So are you telling me that these areas are more severe than Nazi Germany, or is that
America did it or not is not an indication of the legality of something. Occupation
it's legal.
Occupation is by
military occupation is legal while belligerency continues. Okay. That's the law.
Are you going to be quiet? Are you going to be quiet? I've let you speak for about 3 or 4 minutes uninterrupted. He asked you 2 questions, and I've stayed quiet. Are you okay? I'm saying that military occupation of one sovereign nation over another is not something that international law accepts because it contravenes the
false. False. You're false.
So give me the evidence to the contrary. I'm waiting for you.
It's clear that every country
and as chat's mentioning, Germany and Japan were examples that occurred before the relevant agreements, international agreements were made.
Has occupied the losing country.
Ooh, and South Korea, good point.
Until belligerency is over. Once belligerency is over, as it was in Germany.
Yeah, people don't really know what went on during the Korean War. Once you find out, it's crazy.
Japan, 2 or 3 years after the war, the occupation ended.
So why
that's
is it that
if you're saying military occupation is permissible as long as there's belligerency. Civilian occupation is not.
If what you're saying is true, why have the organs of the United Nations condemned the occupation of Israel? Why? The ICC, the ICJ.
They have condemned the civilian aspects of the occupation. They have condemned the building of settlements, which I also condemn. I'm talking about a military occupation.
You're lying just like you had to when you defended the...
Stop it, Mohamed, for goodness sake.
Why?
It's pathetic.
Why? Why is it pathetic?
Attacking lawyers for defending people is so pathetic.
Being proud of it, yeah.
Of all the ad hominem attacks you could use, it is the least...
I do feel like there's a more effective attack you could launch on Dershowitz. And I support what Mohamed's trying to do in terms of, like, this guy does not deserve to be, on a public forum without being shouted down, without being identified for the scumbag that he fucking is. But talking about his vocation as an attorney and defending not good people is a lot less of a strong of an argument than I think the argument that should be made, which is talking about his connection and his friendship and his, you know, with these people, right? That's what I think, you know, exposes him as. And also, you know, like you mentioned before, the plagiarism case, which, yeah, maybe Harvard sided with him, but he was, to my eye, in my opinion, obviously in the wrong on that.
What do you think of Epstein? And the most embarrassing.
You're defending him too much.
Dersh has been to a Diddy party.
I think Epstein was a disgusting.
Wait, has he really?
So he's proud of defending him. Do you condemn him for that?
Well, I just don't care.
I guess I'm not that surprised.
Oh, you don't care now, but why is it disgusting?
I'm talking about Israel and the Middle East.
Okay, so let's go back to the point. He was just advocating occupy.
Ëpsteïn says, as an attorney coming from someone studying to be one, you have a moral authority over the cases you take. Dershowitz chose to take the Epstein case. Valid to call him out on it.
Occupying the West Bank, Israel occupying the West Bank. We got to the point where
I mean, there's a principle of the law, though, right? That everybody, you know, even if they're a complete scumbag, deserves the right to due process, right? So I'm assuming, you know, that's how Dershowitz would justify that. But you're right in terms of an attorney's not supposed to take a case when they feel their client to be guilty, or they feel, you know, right? That's
He was saying that's acceptable. I'm saying that if that's acceptable from an international law perspective, then you would expect the ICC and the...
So not valid to call it a public defender, because that is the person who's indeed providing the due process to those who can't get it otherwise, but valid to call Dersh out because he chooses his clients, I'm guessing.
ICJ and these organs of the United Nations to agree with him on that assessment. They have not agreed with him on that assessment. No, even the United Kingdom doesn't agree with him on that assessment.
Well, I'm sure what he would hide behind is saying that he thought that his clients were innocent.
The national position on the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank is that it's illegal. It's effective military control. So you don't know what you are talking about. And if that was possible, if it's okay for one nation, a sovereign nation, to go ahead and occupy another one, then sorry to say, Russia and Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine, the same thing, the same
so
argument can be made.
What you're saying, your position is that when a country is attacked and it wins the war, it must leave the next day. No country.
I mean, indeed, if you look at Russia's justifications of its incursions and, you know, occupation and, you know, attempted annexation of the breakaway oblasts, it's very much the same, right? They justify it based on supposed mistreatment of Russians in the area. And yeah, it's not entirely far off from Israel's justifications of its incursions into Gaza, occupation of the West Bank, annexation of the Golan Heights, etc., etc.
Country has ever done that. You continue the military occupation until all belligerency ends.
Many of the conventions that were put in place
once
were put in place after
belligerency
World War II.
ends in the Gaza Strip,
you asked me a question.
the occupation should end.
Okay.
There should not be civilian settlements.
So it's a fallacy,
but there should be
and
a
this
military attempt to control belligerency.
Are you going to
That's the
you
law.
asked me your position, and then you've
Well, he tried to
misquoted.
answer you, but once again, you shouted over him, so
Do you
people
agree
can't
with
hear
him?
the answer.
Wait a minute, do you agree with him?
What about whether I agree with him or not?
Do you agree with him?
Let the man
Why are you
answer
running
your
away
question.
from this? Do you agree with the
You ask a
legitimacy
question
of
and you
occupation?
shout over the answer.
Is it okay for one country to occupy another sovereign nation? Is it okay or
Do you
not?
know what is okay? I've had
yes
enough
or
of
no?
this. I'm done.
Oh, you give up?
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I need a break. I need a cup of tea. Alan, thank you for your patience. I asked you...
I need a cup of tea as well.
Extreme provocation,
of course,
on a very personal and ill-informed way. You have managed to be civilised. Mohamed,
I'm
wish
sure
I
you're
could
going to
say
say
the
that.
same.
He's your friend. He's a good friend.
I appreciate
I like
that.
Alan. I respect Alan.
I'm sure you do.
And you, Mohamed, let yourself down today. That's
I
okay.
think you let yourself down.
I'm sure the people that follow you on
He's a monster.
cheering you on.
He's a monster.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
No, he's not.
Okay, he defended a monster. You agree with that?
Person who's behaved
did he offend the monster?
The only person who's behaved in a monstrous way in this debate.
Okay, whatever. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You've given up.
Miska says, I think Trump has shown us the real line. An attorney won't take a case if they think their client is guilty, and they have stiffed other lawyers. Yeah, like Trump.
This debate.
No, I've actually run out of time. We're running 2.5 minutes over time. As you know, you were booked till 5 o'clock. It is 5:03.
I don't even know
We've
that.
actually run out of time.
Fantastic.
But we've also booked to debate something that you've rarely spent much time on debating because you were far too busy scoring personal, cheap little jibes, ill-informed jibes.
Whatever. You do.
I feel like it's a public service exposing Alan any place he shows up. Hell yeah.
What's good for the goose is not good for the gander. What's good for the goose is you can't handle it. You can dish it out, but you can't take it.
Oh, I can.
You've got a weak chin.
I can take anything, son.
You've got a heavy punch, but a weak jaw.
This does feel like kayfabe. I think some people in chat have commented that it's a little hard to take Mohamed seriously at times, but at the same time, I think what he's trying to point out is that we shouldn't take Dershowitz seriously and Pierce by virtue of that friendship.
I always think when people get personal and abusive like you
and
have,
him,
it's because they can't argue the argument.
You're both weak.
Because they can't argue the argument.
Whatever.
So people who can't.
How British? Need a cup of tea?
The normal way of debating.
You've just run away from this
ad
debate.
hominem attacks and personal abuse.
Sure.
That's what you've done.
I think you've given up on this debate. I think
we're gonna call him Pierce Runday.
Down, Mohamed.
I think you have both given up because you realised that what you were spewing was false, and you were talking about the pager attack, and you said about it that was an act of military brilliance. I'm sure if it happened here in Sainsbury's and a little white boy was killed, you wouldn't say that, would you?
You know what? Like
You've also let down the Palestinian
too.
people. You've also let down the Palestinian people.
He has let down the Palestinian
people.
people.
Whatever. I think
agree.
you both let yourself down. I think you both given up.
Okay.
And I think the standing 10 count has been done, and I think the white towel has been thrown in.
Yeah.
And I think the people can judge what I've done today.
Okay. You know what? On that, I think we can all agree. People can watch your performance in the last hour, and they can judge accordingly. And
So I'm going to give the first few rounds to Mohamed Hijab. I'm not sure that there was, like I said, there was some moments towards the latter half where, he did look a little bit petty, but again, the clips made it worth it. Well, there we go. There's the debate. So chat, I'm kind of wondering, it looks like I've had a video live stream unexpectedly pop off. It was last night's Jill Stein and Butch Ware debating Piers Morgan. We also talked a little bit about Brianna Joy Gray and her Twitter fight with Mehdi, but yeah, it looks like there's some interest in this one. I am thinking about what video to cut next. And that seems like a pretty strong candidate. I feel like there's some interest in that, and I feel like there hasn't been that much coverage. Oh wow, we actually did cut the VOD in half on Twitch. Interesting. What else do we have? We have Anna Kasparian talking to Jillian Michaels, Epstein Trump, Elon Tucker. We got a lot of Anna Kasparian stuff. Yeah, a bit of a backlog of Anna stuff, it looks like. We've been covering Anna for about a week now, and some of those videos need to some of those segments probably need to become videos. So I'll look at that too. Any opinions from chat as far as segments that you want to see become videos? Oh god, the Hassan versus Hinkle. Forgot about that. Yeah, regardless, chat, I need to be putting out more videos than I'm doing right now. I just don't have as much time normally. I thought about maybe doing, remember that one time I did the office hours stream where I did some editing on stream? I know that's not super appealing to everyone. There are some people out there, though, that are interested in learning how to edit, and I know a decent amount about DaVinci Resolve, so, it's a great time to share some skills when it comes to video editing. And also to give people a little preview of upcoming content, and anybody who wants sort of a behind the scenes of, how the stuff gets done. Well, it doesn't get done right now is the problem. I'm not getting done with enough videos, and so I thought about maybe bringing that onto stream. But it is getting pretty late, and I probably need... What's up, Donald Duck? Good to see you. I probably need to get to bed. But do I have any opinions from chat as far as content that you want to see become a video? Oh god, there's Sunday stuff too. Do you know I haven't made a single video on Sunday? He's got, I don't know, what was our last count? Like 30 or more videos on Tyler. And I would say, I don't know, half of those probably contain some missive against me. It is kind of amazing that I've bitten my tongue this much about Sunday. Yeah, the only videos I have of him is the video where he debates Tyler. Office hours like Tim Heidecker. Kind of. Actually, I feel like I stole it from Sunday. Kind of seems like I stole it from Sunday. Like like his late night streams, he'll call them office hours. I don't even know why. But I kind of ripped off his thumbnail, and I haven't complained about this yet, but my thumbnail editor is pretty upset that Sunday stole our ripped off thumbnail of Sunday. And that's not okay. Like, how dare you rip off a thumbnail that I ripped off from you, Sunday? How dare you? Shameless. And also kind of risless, too. Right? You'd think that, like, it's not a hard video, it's not a hard thumbnail to make. You just turn Sunday into the Joker. Anna is truly insufferable, says Walton Smith. He princes you? He princes you? Straight up maidenless, yeah. Like when Prince ripped off Dave Chappelle? Wait, what did Prince do to... That's a story, right? What is the... I'm trying to remember. It's something about eating pancakes at Prince's house. Does Dave Chappelle, like, go over there to play basketball and eat pancakes? Is that the story? Wait, I don't remember Prince ripping off Dave Chappelle. Did that happen? Ancestor says Pierce is the furthest thing from the Rizzler. A Riz Vortex, yeah. Prince used a picture of Dave dressed up as Prince as a album cover? I didn't know that. How Oh, Charlie Murphy? That's the Charlie Murphy story. Wait a minute. How am I mixing this up? Charlie Murphy's like Eddie Murphy's brother. Oh my god, was Prince involved in that story though? Dave Chappelle dressed up as Prince. Prince used the pic on his album cover. Oh god, I'm trying to remember this. Yeah, Charlie Murphy. But was Prince involved in the Charlie Murphy story? Sunday has Dark Ridge. It's not just an absence, maybe anti-res? Yeah, thank you, mods. Oh my gosh, chat, I almost forgot. Oh, shit. This is super late for me to be doing this, but I need to do this anyway. Thank you to my Patreon gang. Alright? Patreons help me keep the lights on. Patreons help me pay the bills. I am very appreciative of my Patreons, right? We have various tiers over there if you want to go. The first tier, you get access to the videos that I put out in a unedited, uncensored format. You get to hear all the F words, in other words, and then the whole video before I cut stuff out of it. You get that before anybody else. That's at the $3 level. At the $5 level, you get a shout out, a fancy shout out, right? Because that's a fancy weasel level. So shouts out to my fancy weasels. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerix and Omega Star at the fancy level. So yeah, apologies for, I usually try to do that earlier, but I just wanted to thank everybody on my Patreon. And with that, I'm going to go to bed, and I'm going to try to start streaming. I'm supposed to stream at what would it be like? I think it would be 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, right? That's the time that I should start. I've gotten into a pattern of staying up way too late, and that means that I get up too late, and that means that I start streaming too late, and that means that I once again go to sleep too late. It's an evil pattern, and I must end it. Prince was gender fluid before mainstream, I think. Wait, is there any more info on the Prince thing? Let me just like track that down, because my mom sewed curtains for Eddie and Charlie's mother. Am I just totally missing this whole thing up? Dave reenacted the Charlie Murphy and Prince. So it was Prince was involved in that story. Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't know if I'd gotten mixed it up in the purple jacket. I'll have to look that up. They got washed by Prince in a fairly short. Well, it kind of is like that, and that's why I'm not look. I'm not going to give Sunday the satisfaction of being mad about him stealing a thumbnail. I'm just disappointed that he's not more creative, right? Look, I stole your thumbnail, Sunday, but I put a lot of transformative content into it, and the fact that you can't do the same just says that you can't play on this level, and that's a sad thing. So yeah, sorry you're not good, I guess. That's all. I'm not mad. My thumbnail editor's mad, and she has every right to be mad because she put a lot of work into that thumbnail just to see President Sunday use it with no meaningful transformation. But yeah, if Sunday should pay Vamps. That's what I've determined. Sunday owes Vamps money. Sunday owes us all money, chat. But yeah, thank you, mods. Thank you, chatters. Good to see you all again. I'm going to be back again tomorrow. More content, right? We need to do the Flagrant podcast, and there's probably going to be more. Isn't there? There's a Sunday Tyler video. Oh my god, chat. One in chat if you want me to do that. Does chat crave the sun tent? I've been trying to get away from it. But yeah, apparently Sunday, yeah, I was even there. I happened to click on his stream, and I was like, I wonder what this is. And he's getting drunk and talking about Tyler. So maybe I should cover that. The Prince lore is so deep because he really was that amazing. I mean, Prince is, yeah, just as a musician even. So one person wants the sun tent. Okay, well, people, it's too late in the stream to really meaningfully poll you, chat. I'm going to go to sleep now. Again, I'll be thinking about content to put out, videos to put out. I don't know. I need to get that. I need to make that happen because I know there's some stuff that I've been doing lately that would be of interest to the YouTube audience. So, but yeah, I'm going to get to sleep. You got to sleep too. I will see you all tomorrow with more content. And